Let's create this threads app using React and Firebase. So we have the option to see all the threads. We can add a thread here or even multiple threads if I click add button. But if we want to not expand our threads, we can simply close the input boxes. So start a thread and add a thread, which is very much like the threads app. So we can say this is thread 3. Let me add another one, and let's say we can say continue thread 3 just to show you. Click post and it will be here on this home page like this with a timestamp. We can like a thread, we can comment on a thread, like we can say this is reply 3. Click this plus button and it will add the reply with my username, the reply and the time stamp. We can see our profile. If I click Nishant Kumar, we will see this profile. If I click another user called Nishant Singh, we will see his profile. We also have the option to create multiple users, and if you see that we have Nishant Singh user here and Nishant Kumar, then go to profile. We can also change the profile icon. If I click this using Firestore, I mean Firebase and all the stuff. We can edit the bio and say hello, one sec, hello, this is Nishant Kumar. Click save bio and the bio will update automatically with the new bio. Give it a refresh and we will see this thing, the new bio. So let's learn how to build this app. So let's do the base setup first using Vite. So we will use React and Firebase for the backend. Let me click get started here. So I see a command here that says npm create Vite @latest. Let me come to VS Code and create a React app using Vite in the terminal. So we can just do this, enter. Let's add the name threads clone. Let me make it as a React app. We don't need TypeScript, just JavaScript. Now that we have it in the folder, let me go to that folder. So code, where is it? Thread app or threads clone here, and open this. We need to install dependencies. So let me open the terminal again and do npm I to install them. Meanwhile, we can create a Firebase app here. So we can say threads clone, not client, clone. Continue. We don't need analytics, so uncheck this box, create project. It is getting created, and here we have installed the dependencies. So let me run npm run dev and let me make the screen bigger. Now I think it is looking big. So it is installing and we can open the link using this localhost 5173 here, which is a boilerplate code, which is a count button, which will increase the count here. Let me clean this up. So we can just close terminal, open app.jsx, remove these things, logo, svg and all. Also remove count and the entire div. Just now we have this empty boilerplate code here. We can see nothing. So this is done. Now let me install one more library called SAS, basically SCSS. So we can say npm I SAS. That's all. So it's installed, and close this. Rename the index.css to SCSS. Same here. Okay, not this, here. We have to change the imports, so make this as SCSS, so that now it will also become SCSS. Yes. Now the app is throwing no errors. We have this app.scss. Now let me come to Firestore. Let's see what is happening here. Firebase, I mean. We will have this empty project where we can create an application, which is a web app. Simple. Let's add the name of the app as, what can we say? Let it, yes, now it is, we can say threads web or just an app. Registered app. Now we have to create a file here. We can say in the source folder, we can make a file called Firebase config.jsx, and we have to paste this entire configuration here, which is the configuration of our Firebase app. It contains the API key that will connect our application to a React application, auth key, auth domain, ID of the project, storage key, bucket, all these things. So we have to export this app so that we can use it. Not export, export. Now we have this. Now we need two things here in order to use it. Maybe three things. So in the Threads app, we need the authentications module from Firebase. We also need Firestore database to store the data and the storage bucket to store images. So we can say export const, let's say database. So we have this variable called database. We have to initialize it using something called get Firestore. So let me import get Firestore. First, let me just import, write the source input. So we can say Firebase slash, okay, we have to install this as well. The Firebase library using npm. So we can simply do npm I Firebase. Maybe I am too fast or I speak too fast. I need a way to slow down. So it is getting installed. Let me just remove this for now, so that when it's installed, we can simply catch it up because of auto suggestions. So it is taking time. What Wi-Fi are we on? Okay, we are on the 5G Wi-Fi. So let's wait for it. Let's wait for it. Let's wait for it. Okay. It is so awesome, isn't it? Yes, it is. So it is installed. Now we can import Firebase. Get Firestore from Firebase slash, what can we say, Firestore from this folder. If I write get Firestore, you will get it from here. Now we will use this get Firestore to initialize our database. So make an app here. The next thing we need is, okay, we forgot to add the authentication. So we can say get auth, or maybe add the import source Firebase slash auth. And if I now write get auth, we will get it from here. Then we can do the same thing here. Export const, let's say auth equals to get auth and app. Now we can just import this auth to initialize authentications or functions that we need for authentication from this auth. Now the last thing we need is the storage bucket. So do the same thing last. At the last here, import something from Firebase slash storage. And here we can simply do get storage. I think that's how it works. Maybe if I am wrong, I can change it later. So we can say storage storage equals to get storage and pass the app here. We are having auth, database, and storage with the app. So we can export them all together using this. So remove the exports from here. We can use it only once, and that will work. So we can simply do auth, comma, what is it? App, then database, comma, storage. Like this. Now we can use them in our application. In order to use storage or the database or authentication, that's fine. Let me remove the comments from here. Now we have this. So what else we can do here? So let me think what else we can do. Let me also set up some folders. So for example, we need a folder called pages, one for components, and let's say one for styling, or make it as SASS. So in the pages folder, we will have the pages. So for example, let's say that we have a home page .jsx. Then we can say a profile page .jsx. Let me make the home page as feed page. Yes, we have feed page, we have profile page. We need one for layout as well. So we can simply make a page for layout, or not layout, layouts. So in this we can make, let's say, feed layout .jsx. Let me expand this so that we can see properly. We can say profile layout .jsx. Simple. These two items. For now, let me leave it as an empty components or empty layouts. I mean, now in the components we can make feed .jsx. Then we can have profile.jsx. Also, let me add one more folder in the components called common, which will contain our common components. For example, if we have an input element, say input.jsx, we can reuse it in our component. So make it an input, or yes, I think that's fine. So this will take a param called, I mean a prop called, not param, placeholder, and its value will be empty if we don't pass it as props. So this should be an input in the div. So make an input, make a placeholder as placeholder. Simple. Let's also, okay, we are having the placeholder here, fine. We can say we have the name of the input, that will be, say, also empty if we don't pass it. So the input name will be of name. So in this manner, we will simply initialize the common input or common components using the default props, like this is empty and this is also empty. So this is done. Let me close input. Let me just install one more library called React router. Okay, what happened? Yes. Okay, I have to create a new tab. So, or maybe let me just open this in here. How can we do that? I have to minimize or do this. Then let me just close or turn the hiding off, make it as a big screen, fine. Now we can do this. React router. Let me open this. We have to install this as well in 6.4 version. Feature overview, fine. Tutorial examples. How to install this? Let me come down and see if there is any way to install this, because we need it in order to go from page to page. Tutorial, examples, FAQs, main concepts. What else we have here to install this? I am new, no feature overview. Okay, where is the command to install this React router? Tutorial, let's check here. Here it is. Let me install this in our VS Code. npm create. Okay, this is to create application. Sorry, not this. This is the thing that we need. npm install React Router DOM with a bunch of other things. Okay, let me just delete this. So do we need the rest of the things like sort by? Okay, let's leave it. If we don't need it, we can remove it later from the package.json file and run npm i. So it's also done. If you check the folder, which is, the file called package.json, we will see we have Firebase, we have React DOM, Sass, sort by, and React Router DOM. And to initialize it, we have to open the main.jsx file, this file. And in here, we have to do some tinkering. Import, create browser router and router provider from React Router DOM. Then create a, create a router. Simply the path and the, this is the, what can we say? This is a array or an array which contains the path and the element. The path element, yes. The path of the element or the component or the page, that I can say. Then we can simply add the provider here with the array name, which is called router. So when this runs, it will take this as prop and it will fetch or render the components that we need. Now, if you open the application, you will see hello world here because it is getting printed from here directly. Now, if I remove the add.jsx and simply import some page called, let's say, home layout. Let me make, where is the home layout? Close this, this. Basically close all the things. So we have the layout, we have field layout, not home layout, sorry. Let me make it a functional component. Suppose that we are simply returning a div here called field layout. We have to import this field layout from layouts, field layout, and simply add the component, the layout here. Now we will see the field layout here. That is from here. Now if I make the page as a functional component, where is the page? Called feed page. So this is a feed page. Fine. We have to import this in the field layout. So import feed page from the source. Simply return it in the div because I will add something later here. Apart from this feed page return component. So we'll see feed page. Fine. And in the feed page, we can call the component for this feed page. So import. Also, let me initialize it using the rfc command. So components feed layout. Okay, not feed layout, sorry. Components feed.jsx. rfc, we have this. So import feed from the component folder. And we can simply return this. Fine, like this. So we will see just the feed here. Let me just now make it big so that you can see properly. We have feed, which is getting rendered in the feed page. This is the component and this is the page. This is the layout and the main page here. So that is fine for now. Now for the feed page, we need a styling file. So we can make feed.scss. So we have to import the feed.scss in the feed page. Or let's import it here in the layout, which is the parent. So we can say import. We can say double backs sass, then we can say feed.scss. Now let me make a class name in the feed component called feed main. And if I use the class name here, let's see if it works or not. So we can simply do text align as center. Okay, it's not working. So what else we can do? We were importing this here. What else we can do? Is this the way we import? I think yes. We have the index.scss. Why don't we import this into the index.scss? So how we can do that? I think @import URL. We can say sass feed.scss. Again, it is not working. So wait a second. Let me make this as change something, display flex. Justify content center. Align item center. Okay, it's still not working. Maybe we need to remove some things from here, like all of these things except the root. Now we have here. So this should work. Maybe we are importing it at the wrong place, or the class name is not working here properly. So what we can do is simply import this. Okay, let me clear this. Let me import the feed main, or just, yes, import the feed main in the feed page or the feed component in this. So that we have to change the import here. So say, okay, we don't have to change the import, fine. Still not working. Feed main we are having, okay, it is in the sass folder. Why don't we do this? I think it's working. Just have a content. Okay, it's done. Maybe height as 100 VH. Yes, it is working. So if I remove it from here, or basically just remove this from here and add it in the, what is it, this layout, just do Control Z, it will be here working fine. What if I remove it? It is not working. So I guess in the main page or the index page, we have removed it. So if I import it here, then remove it from here, it will still work. So basically, if we are creating a sass file, we can simply add the file in the index.scss. So now let me reload this entire page. Sorry, what I'm doing here. So let me just make a reload. It is working. So it is working. So it is working. So we have this feed.scss here. We don't need to create and import any of our components. We just need to import our sass file in the index file. And if I remove, it will go back to the default state in the styling. So what if we are having this here and remove it? It will be like this only. Bring it back. It will be styled like here. So that's how it works. So what else we can change here? Color is fine. Okay. So the styling is set up, or it is set. So we have set our base where we can, or where we have the pages, where we have the components, the layouts, the Firebase, authentication, storage, what else? Database, and I think styling also is done. I mean, I don't think it is done. So this is it for the base setup. We are not going to use any state management library like the stand or React Redux, but we'll only use context API inbuilt in React. So let's set it up with API folder. So first of all, we'll create a folder called context, or maybe multiple contexts. So it's done here. Now in the source, we also need a folder called, sorry, what is happening? We need a folder called APIs to contain our API files. Okay, let me create it. API. So this folder will contain different APIs, like we can say stored APIs or storage APIs or authentication API calls from Firebase. In the context folder, let me create a file called use, let's say use feed context, or just let's say feed context.jsx. So we'll have multiple contexts, but let me only have one context for now, that we can set it up properly. Yes. So we have this here. So we need to import a file, a function called create context from React. And then we have to create a context. So let me do const, let's say feed equals to create context, which will be an empty object initially. So we have this now. Now what we have to do is create a function. So export const, sorry, not const, export default. We can say, let me just create the function. At the last, we will export them. So const, let's say feed provider. So using this, we'll pass data from this. So let me show you what I mean. So in this, you will return something, and that will be feed dot provider, like this. This will accept a prop called children. So let me get it from here and simply return it in the feed dot provider. And this also will take a value prop, the provider, so that if any API call we make, we can pass the value in here, and it will be available in all our pages where we can get the consumer or get the data from it. I will show you what I mean. Let me export this, export const feed provider, and also this feed. So export const, sorry, export default feed. Or what we can do is we can just do export const feed, and here we just export this as feed provider, like this. So it is set up in here. We have the feed provider, a function which is taking the feed.provider as the provider of the states. So anything that we have, any data coming from any APIs, it will go in here, and we can simply consume it from any page. So let me show you the next step. So in here we have to expose our app to the feed context. What is the name? Feed provider. This function. That yes. So we can say import feed provider from context feed context. Simply wrap our entire app in the feed provider. So let me cut this and paste it in here, so that this will be at the child or children, and it will come up here. So we can wrap our entire app here, or you can also wrap only one component like feed layout or profile layout, something like that. So let me show you this for now. So this is done. Now what we have to do is make some API calls. So in the folder, let's make some random API call using fetch API. So we can say, let's say index. Let me make a file simple called index.jsx, or just make use fetch.jsx. Now let me come over to this place called jsonplaceholder.com. In here we will have a API call that I use to demonstrate API calls. In here, let me make a function called export const fetch data and blah 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 things that we have this API call. We don't need to console this, we need to return this. So just make JSON. Now we have to return the things that we're getting from here. The data itself, make this as users, not to do and one users, so that we get the list of 10 users from here. Now we are getting this API call in the use fetch. Let me import this in the in the context API folder. So we can say import use fetch. What is the name? Fetch data, not use fetch. Fetch data from the route. So it will return us some data, but we have to call it first. So let me make a use effect hook, and this will call our function called fetch data. We need to store the return data in some state. So let me also create it. So const, let's say users, set users equals to use state and array, because the data that we will get will be in the form of an array. So simply store this using this. Let me remove the unnecessary semicolon. Now that we have the user set, simply pass the users in the value so that it is accessible everywhere where we call our consumer. So let's call it here in the feed.jsx. So we can import. So we need to import this feed first, the context name. So we can simply do import. First, let me import the use context like this. Now we need to import the context name, which is the feed. So why don't we make this as feed context? Will it change anything? I don't think so. So replace this as here and here as well, so that the name is clear that what we are creating. So import feed. What is it? Feed provider, is it? No, it is not feed provider, it is feed context. Yes, in curly brackets. Now to get the data, we can say let data equals to use context. We will pass the context name, which is the feed context. Now the data we are passing here called users will come up here, but this is how we do things. We have to destructure the users like this, so that the data we pass here is the data we receive here. Now let me make a console log here of the users, and let's see what we have in the console. So if I refresh the page, we will see a promise. It means our API is getting called successfully. But the thing is, this is the async call, so we have to make sure that we do it asynchronously. So to do that, let me make a function here, simple. So we can say const get data, a simple function, and in here we will pass the console log of users, but this should be here. So if I put this in here, let's see what happens. Then we need a use effect hook to mount this function called when we mount our page. The thing is, let me pass it here like this, but we will see this error that what is it? React router caught the following error during the render. Invalid hook call. Hooks can be only called inside the body of the function component. It means this line should be at the top because it is a hook, the use context hook. So give it a refresh, but we see the data is empty because we have to mount it. We have to mount it. I mean, we have to put this in dependency array when our component mount so that it loads. So again, we will see this has fulfilled. So we have to make the function as async. That is why we have to make a function here. Now, if I refresh the page, we can see the data coming here on line number 8 in this console log. So this is just an example of how we can use the context API to propagate data from one file, and we can use data to or in any file. So we have the feed.jsx. Similarly, we have the profile.jsx. So it is the component, or it is the component. In the profile layout, let me make the profile layout component in the pages. Let me make the profile layout page like this. In the layout profile, I mean profile layout, let me import the profile page. So import profile page, and here we can simply return this like this. Now in the component, we have this profile.jsx. Make this as a component as well. Now we have to get this in the page, in the profile page. So let's do that. So import profile from this route and import this. So we have to also set up the route for this. So in the main.jsx, let me just duplicate this, paste. This should be as profile, and let me import the layout for the feed. I mean the profile, not the feed. Feed is already imported. So profile layout like this, and put it up here. Okay, so that is done. Profile layout, we have close the feed. Okay, not close the feed, close use fetch, close main. If we now go to the profile, we will see the profile text at the top. To highlight it, we can simply make this in an h1 tag to make it really big. Okay, here. So it is big now. The same thing we can do in the feed as well. So just wrap or add this in an h1. And if I go back, we will see, we will see feed in h1 tag, which is a little bigger. Now, what we have to do is now, I close the feed component. So just like we're getting data here, we can get data in the profile page as well. So let me do the things that we need. Import use context and feed context. Import the use effect hook. Yes. Now let me get these things in the profile top. Like we are getting the users from the feed context. Where is it? I think it's not here. Here it is. So in the profile, we are getting this thing called feed context. This feed context, which is containing our data that we pass from the API call from use fetch file, which contains a fetch data function. So fetch data function is returning us a list of users, 10 users in an array, and we are simply passing the users in the feed context provider. That is basically a store for all our data. So if we had one more API, let me show you. We have this feed context here. Okay, let me check. If I refresh the page, we will get the data in the profile page as well for this. But let me change a few things for now. So let me make one more API call here. Let's say fetch. What else we can use here? Let's say fetch posts. Okay, this is the API endpoint. So make this as fetch posts. Now in this, let me copy the API endpoint, paste it here. and we are done. We have to just call the API in the feed context. So we can simply do this fetch posts, call the API here, create a state to set the data. We can say posts, set posts, use state and array, then store the data here. Now pass these posts in the value so that it gets passed collectively, the users and the posts. So now we can simply call, what we can do is simply get the posts from here and await it. Now if I refresh the page, in the profile we will get 100 posts like these. They are 100 in number. Yes, ID is 100. The same way the IDs are 100. See, and that is how we propagate data from one page to another. One more cool thing is that here, if you see, we are having this users and post API getting called all together. Okay. Yes, because the source is same. So it is better to have different, different contexts, so that when we are on the home page, only one API gets called. When one set of APIs get called that we need only, and if you are on the profile page, only one API set gets called. So that is for later. So that is how we set context API and API folder. Now let's set up authentication in our application using Firebase Auth. So open the app in Firebase, click authentication here, click sign in method, or you can go through here as well, setup method. So let me choose Google only. Like, we will simply sign in to Google. You can also choose email and password. So what can we do is, okay, let me choose email and password only. So let me just also configure the passwordless sign in, or should we? First, let me do this. Just email and password. So it is configured. We can now log in with email and password using Firebase. So to set it up, open the VS Code. Let me remove the pages. Okay, let me remove the pages from app.jsx. Okay. This file is useless, so we can delete this. app.jsx and app.sss as well. These two, remove it. Now what we can do in main.jsx, we can create one page here. So the page name will be login page.jsx. Let me make a functional component here, login page, and create a component for this as well. Okay, we can say login.jsx, not JSX. Make this as functional as well. Now import the component in the page as we do. Import login from components login and return it here as JSX. Fine. So we don't need the page. We have to import. Let me close feed, use fetch, and these items that we don't need currently. Let me create one more object here, and what we can, okay, let me not create it. Let me just add this here at the top. So when we are on the slash route or the simple route, we will see the login page. So import login from this and simply render it out here. So now we will see login here because we are on the login page. Okay, fine. Yes, that's done. We can write our code in the login page. So let me open the Threads app on my mobile phone and see how it is designed. Just 1 second. So we have this email account, we have this What can we say? We have this, let it open. Instagram logo, then two input fields and a button. So let's add them. Let me remove this login text from here for now. And let me create a SAS file for login. So we can say login.scss. Let me import the file into this. What is it? Index.scss. So import. We can say SAS login.scss. Save, and now we can write the styles here and it will work. So what we can do is, let me just see here. Let me add two input fields for now. So we can create a common component for this as well in the common folder. So you already have that. Yes, we can import this. So let's say import input from this and simply return this in the div like this. So we will have an input here. So we have an input, but we have to arrange them in the center. So make a class name here called login container. Now let me copy the class name login container and write the style in the CSS, the SCSS file. So we can say display flex, justify content center. It is in the center. Align items center. We also need to height them, give them height of, let's say 100 VH, or maybe not 100, let's say 95. Yes, it's now in the center perfectly. So if we are doing this, do we have any margins here? No, we don't have any margin. So we have nothing here. Okay. So that's done. And in the login, we have this input. Let me give a class name here. And that will be common input. Now we'll style this. Here in this, we can say common input. Let's add a height of 30 pixels. It's big. Let me add some width on top of it called 100 pixels. 100 px. Okay, small. Let's try 300. Yes, it's big. Now we have to add the placeholder here because that's what we need. So placeholder. Let's say enter your email. So it is here. Fine. Let me duplicate this one for the password. So we can say enter your password. So we have these two. So you see that they are on a single row. We have to make them in a column. So we can say flex direction column. So these are here. Let me add a margin between them. So we can say margin 20 pixels. 20 is too much. Let's try 10. Yes, they are fine. They're perfect, not fine. Let me also add padding left 10 pixels so that you see the text will be moved inside. Enter your email and enter the password. These texts. What else we can do here? Let me check. They are curved. So let's make them curved. So to make them curved, we can simply do border radius 5 pixels. Okay, let's try 50. Let's try 10. The thing is, we need to make outline as none also. So say outline as none. Then let's make border as none as well, so that we will see something like this. But we need the border. So we can say 1 pixel solid. Which color is this? Let's try blue. I think it's blue. It's not blue, but it's almost blue, we can say. So we can simply do, let me just add blue for now. And then we can simply choose a color in the blue spectrum. So let's try this one. No, it doesn't look good. Which color is this? It's not blue, it's grayer. I mean, it's little bit gray. So let's try this. So I think it look fine now. Let me increase the height to 40 px. And in the placeholder, let me just add placeholder. We can say font size 16 px or 18. It is not working, so we can simply add it outside and see what happens. Yes, it's now working. So add 16 here. Enter your email and password or 15. What about 15? 14. I want it to look good, so I think that's fine. And that's done. And if you check the app, okay, let me just leave it here because it's just email and password, not enter your email or enter your password, just this. Let me check again what we can do. So we have different fonts here and the background is a little bit different as well. So let me just leave it for now. I will add the styling later. Now we have a button called login. So let me add it here. So we can say button that will say log in. So let me add the class of button called, what can we name it? Login ptn. The same thing we can add it here in the login container class. This class outside the common input. So background color, let's try blue, some shade of blue. Or one thing we can do is search here meta blue code. I mean meta blue color codes. Yes, this we need. So copy the hex style, I mean the hex code, paste it here, and I think this will work. Let me remove the outline. So outline will be none. Border also none. Not bone, none. Yes. Now let me add the width of this as 100%. Okay, it's too much. Let's try 50. Or we can decrease the width of the main container as well, the login container, so that whatever we have inside it fits. So make it 60%. Okay, if this is the case, it will be like this. Okay, it will be in the, not in the center. What if we add 60% width? What happening? What's happening? 60% width and do a text line center. No, it doesn't work. So leave it. Let me just add it here. Make the width to, let's say 40%. No, too much. 30 or 20. 30%. Okay, 25. Yes, I think they are properly aligned. So if I now zoom this in, Control plus, it will break. So what we have to do, just add, just copy the width and replace it. So width should be in the pixels manner. In px, not in percentage. Now I guess it looks fine. We can add a little bit more called 310 and it will stick to the real style like this. Input styling. Now let me add the height as well. 40, not 40. Let's say 30 px. Or 40 also I think will be fine. So let me add a margin top of say 15 px. And then we can add, what can we add is border radius 20 pixels. Now it is curved and a cursor of pointer. So if I hover this, the cursor will be changed to pointer. Yes. So that's done. Now let's add some fonts here. And also we can add the Instagram logo on the top as well. So where should we get it? Instagram logo. We can just choose PNG, not ONG, PNG. Let me have this one. We want to allow it. Let me try this one. This logo, I think it will be fine. Let me download this HD PNG or in icon format. Okay, let me just download this. Download now. It's here. Let me just drag this to our file system in the assets folder. Let me rename this to IG logo.png. So let me import the logo here. Import IG logo. From assets / IG logo.png. Now simply we have to add them, or I mean add it in an image tag, source of this IG logo. Let's see now. Yes, it is here, but it's big. We have to customize it. So add a class name on the IG logo, the image. So let's say logo, or say IG logo. So we can copy this, come in here and add this here. So let's make the width to be 100 pixels. Yes, it is fine. Margin bottom 30 pixels. Yes, it's looking fine now, but it is the way it is now, it's smaller. So we can make it as 40 pixels. But the thing is, it is not looking fine to me. Let me choose another one. IG logo PNG. It is a little bit brighter. So let me allow ads for now. So we can choose anyone, like we can choose this one as well. Okay, don't need this. So let me delete this. I mean, download this, not delete this. We will replace the image there. Not to worry. So just copy, drag this to our assets folder. Here. And just copy the whole name, delete this. And add the rename, add the name here. Now let's see what we get in the page. IG logo.png, not, yes, this is fine. Okay, this is what we get. Still it's not, we can say, accurate. We need a white background on this. So what is this? Let me choose. Let me try this one. Let me download this. The same thing. Okay, it's the same. So what we can do is PNG tree. Let me see here if we can use any icons or not for Instagram. I think we can use this one. Re-download. We need to log in. Do we need to log in? Yes, let me just log in with Google account. So what is this kachada? We don't need this junk. So let me remove this and click download again. Okay, relax. Let me relax. It is taking too much time. That is not good. It's downloaded now. So add it here. Now let me copy IG logo.png Delete the rest of the things that we don't need. Simply add it here. Now if you check, it will be here, but it's the same. But what can we do? Let me just leave it for now. I will get a image, I mean a good logo, and replace it here. But you now know how to add an image in your React app. I think you already did, but fine. Let me close these things. Yes. So we have the logo. What else we can do is add some fonts. So go on to google.com. Let me choose some fonts. Or we can search meta fonts. Meta fonts. Yes. Can we get it on this? Let me search meta. No, it will be metamorphose, not meta. So I think we can use any font. So let me just choose. Let me remove all the things here, all the fonts. Choose some simpler fonts like Roboto or Poppins or Victor Mono. Let me choose this one, Victor Mono. I think it will serve our need. That was the thing I have to say. I had to say. Don't need italic, just regular medium 500, semi bold, bold, and that's all. Let me import them into our app in the CSS. So we can just add the import here at the top. Here. Now we can use the fonts. So the first one is the thing is we have to import, I mean add this here. So let me just add them in the placeholder for now. The font family Victor Mono and Monospace. Let me add a little bit of font weight. Let's say 600. It is not bold. I think it's fine for now. So semi bold 600. Let me try 700. It doesn't not work. We also have Lato. So let me add. It's not Lato, it's Roboto. If you there. So just add them. And it will change. I think that previous one was fine. Let me remove this because clearly it's not working. So we have interviewed email and password. Fine. Okay, the thing is, if you see, all the fonts here are like the width are same. Width is same. So we can add or we can get, let's say this font, Open Sans. Semi bold, bold, extra bold, medium, and regular. Let me just now update the import, which will contain the new font here. So just add it in the main index.scss like this. Yes. So it is done. Now to add the font here, we can simply do Open Sans in here in the placeholder. Now we can see the font. Now we can see we can add font weight 600 or 700 to make it bolder. Yes, it is now bolder. Change the color to white smoke. It's too much. So what we can do is make it grayer. And the thing is, if you type, the text is not reflecting these kind of changes. So basically, let me add them in the input or common directly. Yes, now it is. But we need to highlight them. So this will be a little bit more white like this. And we can also remove the font weight from here so that it gives us a style like this. So it is now this, or not remove it, just make it 500. If you check that, if you check now that the font family is 500 for now on the placeholder, but if we type something, it will be bolder. Let me also highlight when we, highlight the common focused input. So we can say common input focus. So we can make the border little bit more whiter. So we can try this for now. If I now click this, the border will change like this. Yes, it's fine. It's looking fine. So we can add the same font family on the button as well. Here, Open Sans. And let's also add, okay, let me add the other font here, which is called Victor Mono. Yes, it's now working. Fine. We have the login button and the email and password input field. So the styling is done for now. We can just change the stylings anytime we want. Now to get data from this input, let me create a function and it will be handle input. So it will be a simple normal function which will take event, and let me bind this function on the input. So just we can pass handle input as handle input, the same thing here. Now in here, let me destructure this handle input and just say on change. When you change, call the function. So we have to just get the event here and destructure it, getting the name and the value from here. So we can say name. The name should be email here. Yes. And here the name should be password. So we have done this. Let me just add enter your password because it looks fine now for to me. So it's done. Okay. We can close the fonts here. What we can do is now, so the event is here. So the name is also getting passed. So what we can do, get the name and the value from here. So let name comma value equals to event dot target. Yes. Now the name is here. Let me create a state here. So we can say inputs, let inputs equals to use state. So we will have an object here. We will store the data in an object, the name and the email and the password. Okay, then what we can do is create a I variable. Do we need to do that? Yes, I think. Okay, no, we don't need to do that. We need to set the previous value. We have to append the previous value of sent inputs with a new value, but we have to create the value as well, the key value pair. So we can say let, we can say input, single input, and this will contain our name and the value. Yes. Now we have to destructure the previous value here, comma, the input. But the thing is, we need to wrap this in a bracket like this. Now if I just do a console log of input, let me remove the spaces. So if I open the console now, if I type the email, it will be here. If I type some password, it will be here. So what is happening is we are having the name and the value from the target. Don't forget to pass the name because otherwise it will not work. So we have the name and the value from the target in the event. We are collecting them in an input variable, which is the object, with name as key and value as value. Then we're setting the input in the set input using the previous value. It is a callback where we are taking the previous value with the input value, the new input. So let's say if we type my email, it will reflect here. But if we didn't do this and just, if we didn't add it previous, let me show you what happened or what happens. If I add email, it will be here. But if I type password, the password key value pair will override the email. That is why we are having the previous to merge with the input, so that we also have the previous states, the email that is. Now that we have this inputs, we can simply call the Firestore APIs with inputs and get it running. Get it get logged in. Now we also need one more page for registration. So we can make it here. Register, or let's say sign up page .jsx. The login page, copy the login page, or just make a sign up page using RFC. Now create a login component, sign up component, sign up.jsx. Move all the things from login to sign up page. Let me change a few things like the name. This will be sign up. Yes, the rest of the things will be same because it is sharing the same class name. So why do we need to change it? Now import sign up from this route and just add this. Not add this, just replace the div here. Yes, our work is done now. Not entirely. Close the login page, login.jsx, come to main.jsx, copy the object and make it as, let's say, sign up. Now let me import the, we're importing the login component and it seems not right. We have to import the login page. So pages, login page, this will be login page, here will be login page. Now import the sign up page. Okay, what's wrong here? Sign up page. We should have it here. We should have it here. Yes, now it is sign up page. Replace the, yes, login page should be here. Save them. Now if I go to /sign up, we will see the sign up page. But the thing is, it is same as the login page, so we are seeing no difference. So let me add a few inputs here as well. This will be enter your name, because we need the name, we need the email, and we need the password. Yes, name, email, and password. These three things we need. Change the name of login to sign up. Yes, it's now changed. A few things here. Let me add the name value here so that it adds the name here like this. So this is done. We can now toggle between sign up and the login page. Yes. Now time to call the Firebase authentication APIs. For that, let me create a file here called auth.jsx. So we need a function. So export const, we can say sign up and arrow function. Yes. So first of all, let me come over here. We have no users here, so we can simply import a few things from Firebase. So import, we can say create user, okay, from Firebase / auth. We can say create user with email and password. We also need one more thing called get auth, and I think that's it. Now we have to create the instance of auth, and we have to get one more thing here. If you come to the Firebase config.jsx, we have this auth here, auth variable. We have to get this. So we can simply do import from 2 steps back Firebase config, and what we have to import is the auth. Yes. So let me create the instance of this get auth. What I think we are doing it wrong. What we can do is just comment it out for now. So we can say let auth equals to get auth. Yes. Now we have to use the create user with email and password, and we have to add these things like name, basically not name, email and password only, but name is only for showing it in the pages. So okay, we have to get email comma password. We have to pass them in the create user with email and password with the auth. First will be the auth, then these two things. So we can proceed with it. What we can do, so call the function called this function sign up. So we can import sign up from API /auth, and simply create one more function called sign up. In here we can call the function called sign up, this function. I think the name is getting clashed. Yes. So what we can do, we can say handle sign up. Yes, now it's fine. Now the function will run when the button is clicked. On click this handle sign up. So as you know that we have to pass email and password as params, arguments. So we can say input or inputs.email comma inputs.password. Yes. So let me make the function as asynchronous and await this. And whatever we will get from here, we should return it. So we can simply do dot then. If we are doing await, I don't think we need to do this because we have to simply use try and catch block. So it is successful, try will run, else we will catch the error. So we can simply console.log the error. Save this and let's give it a try. Let's see if it works or not. Something is wrong here. Let's check what. No Firebase app default has been created. Okay. We have to do one more thing. We have to import the app in our main.jsx file. I forgot to do that. So I am sorry. Import app from Firebase config. We have to import this app here. Now no errors. Okay, still we have the error. What is the problem? I think they should be before this. Why does it no Firebase app has been created? Get app. This should work. Okay, what we can do, let me see. Close this as well. Maybe we have to import it here from the Firebase config file. So say app. Yes, it is now working. Again, remove it from here. It will work. Yes, perfect. Because I think we need it here. Now let's try this. Open the console. Yes. Let me add the name, the email, and some password. Say 123456. Okay. Okay, I will do it after this. Click sign up. It is not responding to our request. Open the network tab. I think it is created. Yes, it's created. So if I now check the Firebase auth tab, we will see the user here with the email. So we have to do some sort of toast message that shows that we have added our user. So we can get the response from here. So we can select response equals to this and then check the response in the console. Because we have to return this response. Sorry, what I'm doing. Yes, like this. Now let me delete this and we can start again with same email account, because we cannot create email accounts from two different users. I mean, we cannot create. Yes, I think you got what I mean. Click sign up. Okay, let me open the console for now. Sign up. Okay, it is a promise. So we have to also make the function as async. In that case, don't need it here. So remove it. So it is async. Let's await the response. Then we will do a sign up. Then we will do a response check. So add the name, some email, and some random password. Okay, email is already in use. I think it was created before this instance. So delete this, try again, because that's what we do. Sign up. Now we're getting this type of data, which is the user here. So we can just do response.user, and user will contain these items like email, it is verified or not, data of meta, phone number, all these kind of things. Yes. So this is the sign up page. Now the same thing we can do in the login page as well. So let me first create a login API. So we can say sign in. This will also take the email and password, but the function name will be different. So it will be sign in with email and password. Get a comma here. Give a enter or a space between them. Replace the function which is called create user with email and password with sign in with email and password. Now we have to import the function in the login page. Login component. So we can say, let me just import this. This will be sign in. Now let me copy this function again, a function which is asynchronous, and say handle sign in. Yes. Now this will be sign in. They sign in, and on the button we will have the function hooked. So on click will be something like this, but it will be this one. Yes, perfect. Now go back to login page. Yes, we can log in same thing that we used here for registration or for sign up. So if I let me open the console. So enter to email, I mean this password 123456 7, I guess it was. No, it was not 7 because we are saying the auth wrong password message. So I guess it was 6 till 6. Now, if I do this, you will see all this kind of data like email, auth, and blah blah blah, access token, these kind of things. Fine. So we have covered sign up pages and sign in pages. So what now we can do is come to, okay, should we do it? What I was going to say is, yes, we can have React Toastify, this package, Toastify. Let me install this using npm I, the package name. Okay, we didn't copy it. Now we did copy it. So we have to create some toast message when we log in or when we sign up or when we add a thread or something like that. So it's done. Delete this and close this. So we have to do a few extra things here. Let me copy this entire component here. But first, let me copy toast container and paste it in the main file of our application, which is main.jsx. We can paste it anywhere, like here. Now what we have to do, import this. So import it at the top. Don't need toast for now. And the rest of the things will go in a separate file. So let me create a common component which will be toast.jsx. So paste it, make this as toast. Let me export it at the bottom. Export default toast. So here we don't need this. So remove the, and also we don't need this. Let me have this import of CSS in the main.jsx as well. So we don't need anything here. Let's close it. So we are having this toast which is triggering this toast message. Now if I call the component or the function, okay, what we can do is it will notify this. So we don't need to notify anything. So we need to trigger it. We need to trigger this. What can we say? Like this. So we'll have something like custom hook here, which will take the title and it will add the title here. So if I call this component in our, let's say, sign up page. So not sign up, let's say login page first. So if response dot user, if it is successful, it will simply return. Okay, do we return it? Let me check. It is just a function. So what we can do is call it, I guess, with the text. Okay, let me remove the prop thing because it will be simple param. So we can simply pass it login successful. Let me remove this. So I hope it works. Let me import the toast here. Login page. If I check here. Okay, let me just try this in the sign up page for now. So when we sign up, we should see a response. So toast we will call with sign up successful message. Yes. Let me go to sign up page. So will it work? We can just check for now. enter the name. First, let me delete this from here. Now enter the email, some password called Nishant. Sign up. Yes, it is working. We can see sign up successful. So what else we can do? We can change, or we can simply pass one more thing here called type. So type will be, let's say, success, the second param. So if I come to toast, we can say type, and we can say toast dot. Okay, let me check here. Toast dot something, it was here. Where's the documentation? Let's say this. So toast dot we can say top right, no theme progress draggable. If I come down, if I just do toast dot success, yes, we can add it here. So toast type, which is success, and then the title for this. But yes, let me give it a try again. Delete this from here, add the name, some email, some random password, sign up. Okay, type is not a function, so what we can do is, okay, we have to save it. Sorry, I didn't save it. Now let me try again. Sign up. Again this error, it means the user is created, but we didn't check, or we didn't confirm it is working or not, this sign up thing, the toast thing. So try again, click sign up. Yes, it is working, perfect. But the thing is, it is not working in the login page. So let me try again. So just add it here, the, let's say login successful, it's success message. Now come to login page, add the email, password, login. You will see login successful, so it's working here as well. So it is working, so it's fine. We also have to set them to an empty object, I mean these things. So we can say set inputs, name will be this. So set input email, an empty object, or an empty object password, empty object as well. So if we're doing this, we have to add the value prop as well. So value will be, say, this value called input dot email, and in here we will have inputs dot password. So the same thing we can do here on sign up page. So we can just add them on these two, inputs dot email and in value inputs dot password. So we have to do one more thing here, which is setting them to an empty state after we sign up, like this. We also have to add the name as empty, so do that as well. Let me also add the value of name here. So inputs dot name. Now what is remaining here? We have done this. So yes, in the input, common input, let me open this. We have to also add the value prop, I mean get it and simply add it. So value equals to value, and that's all. If I click login, and if it's successful, we don't see any email and password here. Okay, one last change here that I have to do is change the type, I mean add the type as well. So type will be password here as well in sign up page, because if I am having no types as password, it will be a simple text. So also get the type, and if the type is not okay, type will be of type. So it will be like a password. So it's done. It's done. It's done. Let me also add types here. This will be email. This will be simple text. Here, this will be password. Yes, this will be as email. And we're done for this login and sign up page. We have login page, and if I go /sign up, it will see sign up page. Now let's create our threads page. Basically, we already have that page here, which is called feed page or feed layout. So let me change it to thread layout. I'm gonna name this to thread. Okay. Sorry. Thread. THRED layout. And change the name here as well, called thread layout. Save. So the next step is to change the page name for the feed to threads. So this is the component, not the page. Layout has been changed. So change the feed page name to thread page. Yes. And P should be capital. Now here also we have to change this to threads page. Yes. Now something is wrong in login page, and it is the type. We have two types here, so we have to remove one type. So close login page. So thread page has been renamed. Let me change the import here. So thread, or just simply remove it. We can say import threads page from this route, render it here. Now in this we have to rename the component as well. So this will be not feed, thread or threads. Yes, we want to import. This should be called as threads, and that's all. Now in the threads page, let me change this name and this name. It's also done. So close threads page for now. Close threads page, yes, and the component also I have closed. Close sign up page, input page, auth page, toast page as well. Now we have to import the layout in our main file, main.jsx. So we can remove this. After sign up page, we can say import thread layout from this route, and simply let me just add it here in the place of profile. So we can say threads. And if I now go to threads, you will see the feed. So in the component, change the name to threads. Let me add one p tag that will say here you will see all the threads. Yes, 2 dots. So feed main should be display of flex and all the kind of all these things, but with one more thing called flex direction column. Yes, perfect. Now we have to do one more thing. That is, we are having this router array and it is cluttering our main.jsx. So why don't we move it somewhere in another file? Let me create, okay, let me expand or collapse them. Let me create a folder called routes or routers, or routes will also work. In the routes, let me make a file called index.jsx and simply paste it here, this router. So if we're doing this, we need this function called create browser router from React router DOM. So paste it, remove this unused import, export this const router. Yes. Now what we have to come to main page, remove the profile layout for now. So we can remove this from here, this router or route, yes, router, and import it from here. So we can say import router from routes, and it will be like here. We also need to remove this import and pass all this page the import or layout imports in the index file here. But yes, correct. The thing is, the route maybe should be a little bit different here. So we can simply check pages slash login page. Okay, we have to just add one more dot here in each one of them, and that will make it work. Yes, it's working. So now we have a different file for routing, which is the routes.jsx, routes folder and index.jsx. Fine. That is not making our app clutter. It's clear or clean. Fine. So close them. Now what should happen is we should only go to the threads page when we are logged in or signed in. Basically logged in or signed in, both. Yes. So we need to use a function to export us, to navigate us to this page when we log in, and we will stay in that function. We will stay in that route in this page only when we're logged in. So if I come to login component, we are having this handle sign in. But first, let me make a use effect hook. This will have our sign in. This will take care of our authentication. So we need to import the auth, or we need to import this thing. Import get auth from Firebase auth, and we also need get, okay, not get, what is the name for this? On auth state changed. Yes. Let me initialize our auth. So let auth equals to get auth. Then in this function called on or state change, we have to pass this auth, which will also now have a callback function, which will say, let's say it is a response from the Firebase auth, and we can simply check it in the console that what we are getting on the login page. So open the login page. Let me clear this route. Open the console. We are getting this data basically, which is having our auth data. It means that we are logged in. So if we are logged in, or if we have logged in, if our token is still active, we need to be on the home page or the threads page. So we need to import something from React router. So import use navigate from this route. For now, let me just have the simple import. So let navigate equals to use navigate. Fine. And then we can simply do navigate to that route, which is threads. Yes. So if you now go to login page, it will not work because we are logged in through our Firebase authentication. Now it is done in the login page. Let's do the opposite in the threads page, which means if it is not active, we have to throw us back to the home page, the login page. So just copy this block, and we don't need any API calls in here. So delete this, then delete this, delete this context to add them here. Remove the contexts. We need the function name called these two. Add them here. Create an instance of auth and use navigate. In the use effect, we'll have this. Okay, wizards is not defined, so delete this as well. So what we have to do, if response does not exist, it means we have to throw us back to the login page. And if you now check, or if you now see that when we are not logged in, it will throw us back to the login page using this not response. Navigate to this slash, but we are logged in, since it will not work. Fine. Now what we have to do is, what can we do? The same thing we can do in the registered page, but I think we should skip that for now. What we have to do is, when we register, Win should be on the login page, so we can just handle that. Where is it? Let navigate, use navigate. Let me open the sign up page. So okay, here let me import use navigate. Now when we sign up, let me remove the response. When we sign up, we should be on the login page, so we can say navigate to slash. Now let me just do a sign up using a different account. Let's try this email, some password, sign up, and it will take us to the home page. Basically what is happening is, it is taking us to the login page, and since we're logged in, it is taking us to the threads page. So we can simply check the response here about on which email that we are on. So if you check user IMPL, we are on this email. Give it a refresh. Yes, we are on this email. So basically it logged us out and signed up with this email called Nishant550. Now if you check here, you will see the second email here, which is Nishant550 and gmail.com, and so on. That is how we handled authentication in our Threads app. Now let's design the Threads page. For that, what we have to do is follow this screenshot. So at the top, if you see that we have a Threads logo on the black background, then we have the account name that we follow. If we don't follow any account, we will see a plus button here. Then we have the username, the text, the thread text. If we have images, we will see it here. We have the time. Then we have this four buttons: like, comment, and reshare and send. So we will only cover like and comment. Yes. What else do we have here? We have replies, and so let's create it. So we have a logo here called threads.png that you can get it online. Now let me install one library called Ant Design. This library, and we will use it. Okay, we have now Ant Design 5. Fine. Let me install this so we can see Ant Design. Go here, come down. Do we have a installation instructions? Let's say development. Yes, I think it will be here. npm install antd save. Let me open VS Code and just paste it here. Enter. Okay, we don't need this $. Now let's see. It will install Ant Design, and then we have to import, I think, the CSS as well. So let's say getting started. No, I don't think we need that. Let me come back here and see. npm yarn, fine, we have installed. Let's see if it works or not without adding any CSS import. Now let me create a component here called single thread that will show a single thread .jsx. Make it a functional component, and let me just return this component in the threads page. Import single thread from this route. Now just add them or add it at the bottom. We'll see single thread. It means it is getting returned. Now let me import the icon here that is called thread.png or threads.png. So we import, we can say thread icon from assets slash threads.png. You have to return this in an I tag at the top. So we can just delete them and say img src thread icon and just this. Let's see how big it is. We have to make it small, so we can add it in a div. Wrap it in a div. And the dog is barking, I don't know why. So class name will be thread icon. So just say thread, what is it, icon container. Now wait, let me get this class name here in the pages called okay, we don't have the page, so let me rename the feed to thread.scss, or not thread, say threads. We have to change the import in our this page as well, so make it as threads.scss. Now give it a refresh and we'll see the data that we were seeing previously. Now close this thread.png. Let me close this as well, so that we have this. Okay, yes, we have to add this in the CSS, threads SCSS. So say width 40 pixels. Okay, 40 pixels. This is the icon container only, but we also need to add a class name here on the image tag. So say thread icon. So let me just copy this one and add this inside thread icon. So width should be 40. Now it is very much small, so make it as 60 or 100. Yes, it is looking fine. We have to remove the weights from here. Now they will be in a single line, I mean the single thread text and the image, which is this image at the top. Let me remove the single thread text from here. Just return an empty div in single thread. So, but if you see that the image that we have is black, I mean the background is black, and it is perfectly covering our entire background. So let me change that as well. So this will be thread main or thread main. So if I change it here, we have to change it here as well. Fine. Now let me come to the main file, which is index.scss, that is having our color. Make it all the way to this, and now it is very much dark. Fine. But if you see that this image, where in the screenshot it is at the top, it will get to the top, do not worry about that. So I guess we don't need these two things, align item, center, and okay, now we need this, We don't need just have a content center so that it goes to the top and we have a scroll bar. What if I remove height? Nothing will happen, so it's fine. In the thread container, let me get or give a margin top of 30 pixels. Is it looking like the design? Pretty much so. So yes, basically it is. Now the next thing is we need to design the cards, which is single thread. So come here and let me see that this is a card basically. So let me have a class name here called thread what is it? Thread card, card card. Let me copy this thread card and add this in the threads.scss. And what we can do, let me see. Okay, we have this. Let me just leave it for now. Let me add some properties inside, like p tag that will contain the account name. So let me add simple Nishan Kumar text because I should have my account name with this. Then we need the timestamp in the, parallel to the name. So we can say timestamp here. We will see timestamp. What else we have? We have the description. So let me add a description here in a p tag. Description. These things now we have. Then we have hashtags. So let me just add some hashtags. Let's say hashtags. We have this here, hashtags. FYI, emerge, innovate, lead. Then we have buttons. So let me create a div here for buttons, action buttons. So make the class name as action buttons or action buttons. Yes. In the action buttons, we will have like and comment. Then we have a count of likes after the action button. So let me add that as well in a P. So we can say number of likes. We will have this. Now in order to add these icons, we need library here called React icons. Let me get it from this source, GitHub. I think it is. Let me install this so that we can use icons like heart and this bubble, which is a comment icon. So let's get it. Let me search for like. So you'll see these icons. We need one with the heart. So let's choose FC like. Or what if we type heart here? Okay, we will see all this. So we have outlined heart like this. So let me just grab this from here and import this AI outlined heart from React icons /AI. So this is simply a SVG. So we can simply return it in this like this. So we'll see a heart shaped icon. So let me add the width here. So width should be 30. Okay, let's say 50. No, I think it's not width, it is size. Yes, now it is 50. Make it 40. Is it the correct size? I think a little bit small. So make 30. I think 30 is fine. Now we need one more for comment. So it is a simple bubble. But if we type comment here, we should see some comment icon. So let me choose anyone from here. Which one should we use? Let me choose this one. FAREG comment. So we can say import this from React icons slash fa, then simply return it here with the size. So size should be 30 as well here. Now let's check the output. We have the comment, but it's not looking like this. Do we have an alternate icon? Let me see. Within AI, we have this. So we can also use this, depends on you. So let's do that. Do it. AI outline comment, add it here, and we are good to go. We have this. Then we don't need this icon. Fine. Now let me style the container, which is action buttons or BTNs. In the thread card, we have action buttons. Let me add width, or let me add displays already flex. We can add display flex, yes. We can add justify content space between. So it will expand like this, just like we have in design. But we have to decrease the width inside so that the width is not too much. So let's say width is 60%. Yes, that looks fine. So in the action buttons, we have these two icons. Yes. Okay. Now let's design the rest of the things, which is the name. Okay, we also have the logo. Yes. So we have first, let me just have the name, the timestamp together. So we don't need threads, remove it. So what we need is to wrap the first name p tag and the timestamp in a div as well. So why don't we use a class name of flex, and we will make flex as a common style name. So if I am adding flex in a tag, so display will be automatically flex like this. Now if I'm adding something else called, let's say space between, or between, we will have, what is it, justify content space between. So we can just make justify content space between like this. Then we can simply copy this class and add it after flex so that these two becomes like this, but it is not becoming like this. Maybe add flex here. No, maybe increase the width. So here, let me get the width to be 100%. Okay, not width. Let me make something called a gap. The gap 20px. Now it is apart. So if I am adding gap, we need to decrease the gap of the thread action button. So make it 40%. Yes, works now. Okay, let me add the gap between them to be 60px or even 100. What about 1000? Let's see what happens. It will expand like this. So let's make 300. Yes, I think we can work with this. But 300 is too much. Let's try it to 50. Yes. Now if I am doing this, we need to decrease the width here as well, called 20px. But is it following our design? It will follow. Not to worry. Maybe I have added the width too much here, called 250. Let's try 200 or 150. I think that's fine. So make the width as 30%. Yes, we have it working perfectly. So the same thing we did in the name and timestamp, let me do in the description. Okay, description is on the different line, and then we have this hashtag on different line. But the thing is, the margin on them is a little bit less. They are sticking to each other. So what we can do is come here, give them a class names called name here. This should be a class name of timestamp. They should have description. This should be class name of hash tags. And we are done. So we need to make a description a little bit at the top. So let me have threads here. See, before action buttons makes description, margin top minus 30px. What happened? 30px. It is too much. Let's write 10. Yes, 10 is fine. I think we can go with this. We have description, then hashtags is in the correct place. Oh, fine. The timestamp is this. Fine. What else we can do? I think we are done. Lastly, let me decrease size of action buttons to be 20% or 25 to make it follow the design in like pixel perfect manner. Correct? Correct. We have done the design of single thread. So we can close this one. And what we can do now is I forgot to add one thing, which is the bottom bar, which contains the home page, search page, adding the post and profile. So let me add these. Let me create a component here called bottom bar.jsx. So this component will simply go in the layouts page. Like with the threads layout, we have the page, and similarly we will have in the other pages as well, or other layouts. Let me make it a functional component called bottom bar. Now let me call this in the threads layout. Import bottom bar from this component, this link, and add it. So you will see a bottom bar here. Now we need a cluster. We need a CSS file or a CSS file for here. Say bottom bar.scss. So let me import this in our main file. Import scss bottom bar. We are done here. Now if I write the styles, it will reflect. Okay, not yet. If we add the class name, so let me give the class name here called bottom bar. Let me add it here, bottom bar. We can simply make it at the bottom. Maybe is it fixed? Okay, we can make, let me do the screenshot. So if I scroll, it is just a screenshot. I think we can make it a fixed bar. So we can say position. We can say fixed, because if we scroll, they should not move top or bottom. Bottom 20 is bottom 0px. Yes. Now let me do something. Let me close this. Where is the single thread? Also close this. Threads.scss, close this. We have threads.jsx. Let me copy single thread and keep pasting so that it knows that we have lots of threads like this. So it's working. The bottom bar is fixed. So what can we do? Make bottom as 10 pixels. And yes, that's all for now. Close threads. So in the bottom bar, we have these icons. So let me add them. Home, search, and the rest of the icons. Let me search for home now. So this is, we are having the same icon we are having, I guess. Okay, it's not the same, but it's similar. Let's add. So import this icon bi home alt from what is it, react icons slash bi. Remove the bottom bar text, return the icon. Now check, we will have the icon here of home. Let's add the size. Size will be 30. Let's see, or even 40. Yes, 40 is fine. We also need to decrease the width of the bottom bar. The width should be 50%. Okay, it will not work because we are having position as fixed, so it will flow outside. So what we can do is we can make, okay, we can make this as bottom bar, fine. We can make one more class name here called bottom container. So in bottom container, this should be here, and in the bottom container we will add the width and position as relative, so that this will follow this position. So it is, class name is bottom container. It is saved. Let me give position as relative. Now add the width in here. So width should be 60%. Let's try. Oh, it does not change. It does not change. So bottom is 20. What we can do is, let me come to this page called threads. We are having threads main class name. Threads main, where are you? Here. Why don't we decrease the width of this? So width should be 60%. What will happen if I do this? No, this will not work simply. We can make the height as, let's say, 100 px. Nothing will change still. So I want to give a gap between them, like a black box. So if I want to do that, why don't I just make background color black? Okay, width or maybe height should be 40 pixels. No, it will not work. So let me think of something. In the threads main, let me come over here to threads.jsx. We have threads main, which is containing all our threads. So I want to limit the height of this. So we can go to threads.scss. We are having the height here. We have no height. So if I add a width of 10 px, okay, this will be like this. Let's try height 50 VH. It is simply not working for me. So what can we do? What can we do? If I remove flex direction column, let's see what happens. No, still not what we need. So okay, I want to do that. So how can we do that? Maybe if I remove this as fixed, it will come up here. Okay, so wait, let me add height in here. Let's see what happens, and the background color as well. Nothing changes. So if I make this as red, this will be red. Width should be 100% to span it across. If I uncomment this, this will be like this. It is automatically flowing. Okay, we can make it as sticky. Let's see what happens. No, it does not do anything. So what if we make it absolute? Okay, if I make it absolute, it is sticking here. But all I want to do is just just limit the length of this. So basically this should be fixed. Let me uncomment this. They should be fixed. Yes, it is correct. We don't need this container. So remove it. I want to limit the height of this. So how can I do that? Single thread we are having. Okay, let me check if something is getting clashed. We have threads. If I remove it, comment it, it will break. Fine. Thread card, margin top 10 pixels. Let me. Okay, we are having this. 1 second. Import profile out. Now we can do it. I don't know what's wrong here. Maybe something wrong with my VS Code. Now the profile is this route. Close this one. And on click of profile, we should have the navigator to navigate us to the profile link or the profile route. Add it here. Now if I click home, we are on threads. If I click profile, we will be on the profile page. Now if you see, or if you check in the profile layout, we don't have this bottom bar. So let's add it. Simply copy, and it is in a div. So add a div here, add the bottom bar, then drag the profile page to the top. Then import the bottom bar. Sorry, where is it? Here. It is tiring to speak so much like this. So in the bottom bar, now we have the bottom bar as well, like this. So one more thing I would like to do is in the index.scss, I want to give HTML comma body margin 0, padding 0. Now if I go to the profile, if you see that this, what is it? This is simply going a little bit on the left. I think it is because of the scroll bar. So let me leave it for now. We have the scroll bar, and that's why it is going like this. So let me close this, and we need to highlight them as well. So if we are on the home page, we need to highlight that the home icon should be like not outlined. It should be bold or bordered. Sorry, it should be colored. So we are having this navigate. We need to just, let me do a console log of navigate. If I open the console in the threads page, give it a refresh. It is this navigate. Maybe it is a function, so let me just do this. I just want to get the current route using the React router. So it is there is a function for that, I guess. Use, what is it? Let me check on Google. Get current route using React router. Basics. Get current path. Get path pattern for current route. Use location. Yes, I think that is it. We have to initialize this. Const location. Use location. Maybe let this, not const this. Check it in the console. Give it a refresh. What is this? We are reading it so many times. This should not happen. Let me check the console for this. Okay, why are we getting it so many times? It is unresponsive. I wonder why that is. From BI. So then we can remove this. So if it is this case, so we have to show bi solid home, else show bi home alt. So, or it is very small, so let me add some width size here. If I go to the home page, it will change. So I think we can only let me use this here. And what is this we are getting? Okay, we are getting all the users of the profile layout basically in the profile page. So let me remove the API call from here. So we can remove this and we are good to go. I mean, we can use it, but we will use it later. Yes, so close this. What we will do now is in the profile node, in here, if it is this route, we will simply change its color. So I don't think we need to return entire different icon for this. What we need is this. So in the class name, let me wrap it in a curly bracket. First, let me change this to template literals. Then wrap it in a curly bracket. So give it $, for a variable. So if location.path name, if it is equals to threads or maybe thread, what is it? Okay, we will check it. Not to worry. If it is threads, in this case, the class name should be, let's say, outlined, else the class name should be filled. So I think we don't need to use outline because it is already outlined. We just need to add a filled, and filled will have a color here. So let me add filled, say background color, let's say red, just to demonstrate. Come to the home, it is not working. Maybe not background color, maybe color only. No, not working. Say, let me check. If it is okay, I have done the opposite. It should be here. Now it is fine. We have this red color here. So background color, okay, not background color, just color. So if it is this, we can make some color. So let's try yellow. So yellow is too bright. So we need a color. Go to fonts, colors and fonts. Let me add a color from here. Color system. Let me choose this one. Simply add it here. It is basically orange. Yes, I think that looks fine. If I go to profile, this will not work now because we have not added the check. So just copy this class name, add it in all of these places, select them and select them. Do a command V, but it is breaking. So yes, we have to add it the old-fashioned way. Add, save, add, save, add, save. In this will be profile, not threads, because the route is different here. Let me check again. It is profile. Yes, I am so dumb. I already have it here, but I am going to this file. Okay. So let me remove the route from here for now so that it does not get highlighted. Come to the home page, we will see as orange. Come to profile page, we will see the profile as orange because it is highlighted. So this is done. Okay, one more thing I can do or not do is, okay, leave it for now, we will do it later. So we have the home page ready, I mean the UI is ready. One more thing, let me do the last thing in here in the home page. So we have to add a margin bottom on every post. So, but one thing, one second, we should, okay, the thing is, let me come to this page called threads or single threads, maybe in the class name here. So the height is 40, let's try 20, save, it will be like this. So the thing is, I want the height here to be 40 VH. Again, let's do this, because if you see, the last post is hidden, like it is hiding its likes count. So maybe 30, no, maybe 50 or 60. It is too much then. What about 50? Yes, I think 50 is fine, but still we have a lot of space between them. So it is not preferable. 30 is fine. Okay, why don't we add it in the left side? Why do we need to add on the center? It is not fixed. So if I found a way to make them in the center, I will do that without disturbing the flow of the threads card, like these cards. So come to bottom bar.scss, remove left 50% and this as well. So if I do this, and okay, bottom should be 1 em. Also add left as 1 em also, so it will be like this. Let me add, I mean make the gap 60 so that it looks like this. So basically this is our threads app, which is looking a little bit ugly, but it's fine. What we can do for now, like if I find a way to fix it, I will fix it. So it's basically an alternate version of threads, we can say. So we have all the buttons, likes and comments, and we have this bottom bar where we have profile icon, home icon, search icon, and create a new thread icon. Now let's move to creating threads in our application, and we will send the data to Firestore, to the backend Firebase database called Firestore. But before that, we need to see this, like how we create a thread in the threads app. We have this username and we have a input box that says start a thread and the header at the top. So before that, I mean before this, we can just do one thing or several things, and the first one is to create a logout button, so that we click this, I mean we click the button logout and we simply log out of the home page, which is the thread page. So let me make a button here called log out. Should we make this here or anywhere else? Maybe in the main.jsx. We can make it here. Let's try this, so that if we do, or if we add it here, it will be visible in every page, let's say profile or this home page. So we have this here, but this will be also visible in the login page, so we don't want that. So we can simply make it in the threads layout page. So let me add it at the top here. We'll have the button. It will not be in the profile page because we have to add it. So we can first do all the operations here. For example, we have to give it a class name called log out btn, logout button. Now let me copy this class name and style it a little bit in the index.jsx. Yes, I mean index.scss. So we can say background color, let's try 212121. Yes. Height 30 pixels. Width say 100 pixels. And we need position absolute right say 20 pixels and top 20 pixels. Let me also make the outline as none and border as none also. So we'll have the button here called logout. Also let me make cursor as pointer here. But let me add border 1px solid. Let's say this color. The color was in bottom bar, I mean this color for this. Let me just add it here. So this will be the button for logout. Let me also make a little bit more width and height so that it sticks like this. So one more thing I want to do is border radius 5 pixels to make it rounded. So we had a font here that is what is it? Open Sans. Let me use it here for the button. The font family Open Sans. I think that is it. No, the font name is not correct. We have to look it somewhere. Vector, oh yes, Open Sans. It is it. This is it. So just copy and paste. Yes, it is now working, I guess. Save this. Yes, it's working. We have the logout button at the very top. And if you check, okay, we don't have to check it right now. One thing I want to do is one more thing. So I fixed this bottom bar. I mean, we can just have it like the styling in the Real Threads app. So come to bottom bar.scss. First of all, we need to do justify content center. Before that, we need to make a width of 100%. So it is full. If we are making a width of 100%, we need to remove the left from here. Wait a sec. This left. And this, fine. So left is removed and we have this. Also let me remove the gap for now. So if I remove gap, this will be like this. But the thing is, something is still wrong. We have padding. Why make it 0? It will be like this. Padding 1, it will be like this. So let me also remove border radius. Yes, it's now a perfect square. So gap should remain here, and this should disappear. Also bottom should be 0 pixels so that it is like this. Fine. Now let me change the color of this to black so that it is like this, like blending with the background. Now the next thing we have to do is make the, okay, if you open the threads.scss, here we can say margin bottom 80 pixels. Now if you do this, you will see that we don't we don't have the problem of overlapping the elements. So if I can prove it to you, how to prove it to you, come to threads and simply copy several threads. Now if you scroll down, you will see nothing because it's not overlapping, it's perfect. So we have all these threads and it is blending with the page like this, with the bottom bar as well. So what else we can do? Yes, we were working on logout button. So let me create a function for logout in this API auth API file. I mean auth.jsx. So make this as sign out. This will take just nothing. This will be nothing as well. We only need the auth to send a signal for our auth only, for only our auth to log out from this app. So we can simply import sign out and call the function. Maybe make this as logout. Oh, small should be, so that we don't have name clashings. Let me import the function. Import logout from API/auth and simply run this function when we click logout. Yes. So let me give it a try. What will happen if I click logout? Click it. We will be on the login page. So we can go to register. Okay, it is not found. Okay, we don't have register. We have sign up. Sorry. We have sign up page. We can go to the login page, which is simple slash, no route. But we cannot go to the threads page because it is route protected. We will be thrown back to the login page. We can only go to the login. We can only go to the threads page when we are actually logged in. Now, the next thing we have to do is, let me come to the Firebase app. And the thing is, we have to delete these things first. Let me do them. So let me open the login page. Where is the login page? Login component. So it is in the components login. We are getting this response when we log in or when we sign up or create our account. So we have to store something from this response into our local storage, which is our email and our name. So we have to do that. Yes, we have to store them in the local storage. So let me first also console.log this response in the sign up page. So we have to, let me do this here. Let me get the response. RDS PUNSE response and this. So let me now go to the sign up page. So let me now open the console. Now let me use my name, my email and my password. And one more thing, if I am adding the data in the local storage, I will add it. We also have to add this in the Firestore database. So let me do this together. So all products, we need Firestore, Cloud Firestore. Yes, we are recording. I thought we weren't recording. Then I had to start again. No, it's getting recorded. So let me start in test mode for now. So this enable. Yes, are we recording? Yes, we are recording. So that's a doubt that I have cleared. So our Firestore database has been initialized. Now what we have to do is add some APIs in order to add them in the Firestore. So make a file called firestore.jsx. So we have to make a function in here. So first let me import this app. Then import a function from Firebase/Firestore. The functions we need is add doc to add data in the document and the collection to create a collection. So we can have several collections like We can have posts, I mean threads, we can have likes, we can have connects, we can have comments, these kind of collections. That is why we need this collection keyword. Now let me create a function called const, what is the function name? Create user. This is the function name. Let me export the const. So this will take something called the name, the email, and that's all. We can call the function in our, let me close threads layout, close the auth layout as well. We can call the function here in the handle sign in, or not sign in, handle sign up, so that when we sign up, our user is created in the database. So we have to import this function called create user. Import create user from API Firestore. Simply call the function here with the necessary params, which will be name and email. So let me just comment it out for now, so that we see what we have to save here. Okay, let me create a collection. Let user collection equals to collection. So we also need the database from this Firebase config. So in here we will pass the database and the collection name, which will be users. So let me make this as users collection with an S. So this function that we have now is add doc. Here we will pass the collection difference, this user collection, with the data we have to store. So say name comma email, and that's all. So let's try this up, but we have to call this create user. Let me first check the console, the correct thing that we should get. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sign up. We are getting this in the response. First is the user. So let me toggle the user. Then in the user we have the email and the, okay, we don't have the name. So display name is null initially. So in the create user, we have to pass response dot user dot email and the name. So we are setting a name value, yes. So we can pass that as well directly, and that is here. So basically what we can do is inputs.name, yes. So let me check the order. We have the name first and then the email. So let me pass inputs.name comma. We can also pass inputs.email, but the thing is we are clearing it here. So I guess we have to not need it here. We don't need it here. So this is how we create a user, by passing the name of the person and the email of the person. Otherwise it will not work. Now let me delete this user from here, from authentication, so that we can create it again for testing purposes. Delete it. Now log out, make a refresh, go to sign up page, sign up. Fine. Let me add my name Nishant Kumar, my email, some password. This problem we have. Okay, sign up successful. If I refresh the page, we should see the user here. Now check Firestore database, and we should see one user in this users collection. See, the collection name is users and the name and email is here. Fine. So we have done that. Now the next step is to create the, what is it? Let me first remove the bottom bar console log on line number 10. It is eating me up. Bottom bar, line number 10. Yes, don't need this. Fine. So yes, we have to create our create threads page. Yes, we need that. So let me close this. We have sign up. Let me also remove the console log, because why should we have it? Now, yes, we were to create our create threads page. So let me make a layout for this. Or should we make it in the threads layout only? So if I click this, we should be on that component. Okay, let me make a layout called, or what we can do is we can just create a page, not a layout. So we can say create thread.jsx rfc. The page is here. Now in the create thread page, let me import this in the routes. So copy this object, add a route path called create thread. Now let me import this create thread page and render it in the create thread path layout with, in the element. Now this element is create thread, which is this page. Let me create a component for this. Create thread.jsx, or let's say, let me just create or not create the component, because the name will clash. So what we can do is just leave it, and we will write our logic for page here, because the page is pretty simple. So we can do this. What we can do? In the edit page, we have to go. If we click edit, this icon, we should go on this page, which is create thread. So where is the bottom bar? Bottom bar, where are you, bottom bar? Let me copy this class name and the on click event and place it here on fi edit. So class name is already here, so remove it. They should be not threads, because it will highlight when we are on the threads page. They should be create thread. So navigate to create thread when we are on this route. When we click this route. Now click edit, we will see create thread. But we need this bottom bar in the create thread page as well, just like we have in the layouts, like this. So basically, let me just create this create thread layout.jsx. Let me just copy this entire thing and paste it. This will be create thread layout. We will have the bottom bar, but instead of profile page, we should have this thing called create thread. Remove this import create thread from this page route and render it out here. Now give it a refresh, and by the way, we also need to update this. So no page here, need a layout here for create thread layout. Simple. Now we have this bottom bar as well here. Now all the pages are done, like we have made it, but only the search is remaining. So profile is done. The layout is done for this. Home page is done. Now let's design the create thread page using the screenshot. So we don't need this one. We don't need this one. Let me make some file called, a file called create thread.scss. Let me copy or simply import this in this page, this SAS file. Import SASS create thread.scss. Okay, so close threads, close Firescript for now. Let me just check this out, and in this way we will create it. So we don't need the text, remove the text. What we need is a top bar. Let me add one p tag here which says new. Okay, this should be here, new thread. Now if I save this, you will see it here. Let me give this div a class name of, let's say, create thread. What name should I give it? Create thread main. Let me have this in the create thread SCSS, and we can make the width to be 50%, which will obviously not work, but it's working. Let me show you how it is working. If I make background color as red, you will see this. So it is working. Now the next thing we need is to align it in the center. So text align, or not text align, just say display of flex, justify content center, align items center. The thing is, they should be in the center, but it is not. Create thread. So I think we should write the styling in the layouts page. So we have create thread, we have bottom container. The bottom container is fine. We need to make this in the center. So threads layout, we are having a div, then okay, in the threads layout, not in. Let's check threads.jsx. We have threads pane. Okay, I think I know why this is not working, because this is a page. So we need to make one more div here and wrap this here. This should work. What will happen if I add this in here? Again, this is not working. Maybe the width should be 100% or left at 0. Then we need to remove this red background as well. Now I have the new thread at the top, just like this, but we don't need it at the top. We need it in the, one second. Yes, we need it on the left. So we need to remove this. Okay, just add margin left 100 pixels, but I think it is fine where it is. We need to make a container. So let me give it this a class name of create thread container. Remove this main, just have create thread. In the create thread container, let me add some styles. So here we can do these two things. Justify content center as well. Let me make this background color as red or Rebecca purple. So if in this case, make a height 40 pixels, width of 100%. Here, so height should be, let's say, 50 VH. No, 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 no. This should work. It is not. Why? Create thread. This should be not main. Just create thread. Yes. Now it is working. But it is on the left side. We need to make text align center. Now it is in the center. So make the height as 60. So align items. What if we remove the height from here? Yes, looking perfect. So let me check according to this. This is fine. We have the new thread. Let me decrease the width to 60%. This will decrease this width. What if we add some width here? 60%. No, this will not work for us. I think that's fine. So let me know the color because that's looking not good. So remove the height here as well, or just make it 20. So basically the height should not be there, it should be here, or it is better if we don't have any height. So it's done. We have a new thread. We can also make a margin top 40px. So make it here. So this is a p tag in the create thread. Is it? Yes. So make font size as 30 pixels. It is too big. So make font size as 20 pixels. So if I check here, we also need an X button to close it. So check the close icon in React icon. So we can use AI outline close. Let me import this from React icons /AI. So it is before the p tag. So make it before the p tag. It is here. So size, say 40, too big, 30, also too big, 20, 25 will be perfect size. Yes. Now we have to align them in the create thread class. So just to display a flex, justify content center, align items center. Let me add a gap between them, say 10 pixels or even 20. Yes, 20 is fine. Now let me change the font font weight for this p and the font family. So let me try this Victor Mono, or yes, Victor Mono. But no, not this. Let me try Open Sans because it has some font weight, different font weights. This is changed. Font weight should be around 600 to make it bold. So we have this new thread, and on this icon, let me give a class name. So I had already a class name for icons. Let me check where it is. In the index.scss it is. So it is React icon. Class name should be React icon. So if I hover this, it will be a cursor of pointer. Now, what we can do is when we click this icon, we should be on the home page. That is its purpose. So we can just do this. We have the bottom bar. Where is it? Bottom bar. We have an on-click event here that will navigate us to this page. So add them here. Also, we need use navigate. And this thing. We don't need use location, so remove it. Now click this. We should be on the home page. Yes, it's working fine, smooth. So this is our threads clone. I mean, it's still getting worked on. So the next thing we have in our screenshot is the name of the current person, the name. So no, I mean, see, we have stored the name here. So let's use it. Or if you prefer, you can also use a username. So it's simple thing, not a big thing. So let me get the name from, how can we get the name? Yes, that's the thing that I want to tell you. So if I come to the sign up page, we needed to store these two things in the local storage as well. So let's do that. Local storage dot set item. So we need the user name, that will be input or inputs dot name, then local storage dot set item, email or user email, e should be capital, comma, let's say this response dot user dot email. If we are doing this, we still need to delete our user from here, and from Firestore as well. I mean, from this authentication as well, and begin again. So the thing is, the logout button is not visible here. Come to the home page, click logout, and we have to start again. So click sign up page. Let me add my name, my email, some password. Sign up. It's successful. We are signed up. Click, go back. One sec. What is happening? The username is here. I mean, the authentication user is here, and we have the user with email and the name. Now let me check the local storage. Applications, local storage. So we will have the user email as this and username as this. Now we have to get the username to the edit page here. So let me do this. And by the way, these two things should be in the login page as well, so that when we log in, we have to store them in our local storage and session storage. I mean local storage. But this does not have the name. So what can we do with that? So okay, this does not have the name. It is just having the email and the password. So okay, that is the thing for letter. Let me just use the name in the sign up page. So let me get the name. Let user name equals to local storage dot get item. So it is, the key name is, what is the key name? It is username. Then if we just render the username here, we should get Nishant Kumar, the current username. But we need it where? Let me check. Let me close sign up. Sorry. Create threads. This page, where is it? Threads, create thread. Yes. Yes, we have to add them after the new thread that we have in here. Bottom and the bottom. So basically after this div. So let me check this. Just it is in the p tag, so add a paragraph tag and add the username. So it will be here, which is in the create thread container. So let me add one flex direction as column. Now it is in here. Perfect. The name of the user. So let me give this a class name of, or what will happen if I add it in here? Let's check the output. It will be in the same line. So I am not going to prefer it. We need it here. So Nishant Kumar, here it is. Okay, in this, let me give the class name called username. So we can say current user. So copy this. Let me have it here. Current user. We can say margin left minus 20 pixels, or even bigger, 40 pixels. Then simply copy the font, open sans, font size, and this, and add them here. So the font size is a little bit small. What I am doing. So for yes, it's not small, the font is different. So let me use the other font that we had, which is not open sans, it is the, let me check, Victor Mono. So add it here. But this does not have any font weight, so it can't be activated. So Nishant Kumar, here it is. Let me remove the margin left for now. We just need the name of the user, Nishant Kumar. We also have a picture, but that will be added later when we have Firebase storage setup. So if you see that, we see a placeholder text called, what is it? Start a thread. Let me add one more P, so not a P, basically an input tag, and we can use the common input as well, which is input. So let me import input from the component and render it out here so that we have the input. But I guess this is not an input. This is a text area. Okay, yes, not an input, a text area. So remove this or make Control Z. Simply let me add a text area here. Save, and we shall have it. Give it a class name of, we can say threads body, thread body, correct. So let me add it here, thread body. Let me remove the background color, so make it black. Then remove the border as well, border none. Also remove the outline, none. So we can only see the cursor, which is getting blink. I mean, it's blinking. So it has a placeholder. So let me add it, which is, it is called start a thread. Yes, and we can write it anything in here. Here, let me change the font family to Open Sans. And the thread body, yes. Also, if you check, it is sticking to the name of the user. So you can simply do margin top, sorry, not here, what I was thinking, margin top minus 10 pixels or even 15. Yes, it is fine now. So give it a refresh, but it is way smaller than I want it to be. So Let me just make the width to 300 pixels. This current user, let me add margin left here, minus 30 or 40 pixels. What if I add 140? Yes, it is fine now. So here we have the option to specify the rows and the columns. So let me add rows, which is 5, columns, say 50. So it will be like this. The font size, do we have font size here in the thread body? No. So let me increase the font size to be 16 pixels or even 20. Yes. Okay, the thing is, the font size is already increased. We need to increase the placeholder here. So make placeholder the same amount of font size. Now it will be working fine. So we have the thread here that we can simply type. Now what else we have in the PNG? We have a button to post at the very bottom. So let me also add that, called post. This should be at the bottom. So give this a class name of what should I name it? Or let me just make the class name of this as post thread. So post thread, let me see the button here. At the bottom we have this in the blue color. So make the color as blue. So we had a color of, what was the color? Meta blue. It is a login page, I guess. Yes, this color. Yes. So let me just add it here. Blue. Now we need no background. So background color as black. Outline none. Save. Okay. Border none. Save. We have the button. Let me add font size as 20 pixels. Yes. Also cursor as pointer. So if I hover this, the cursor will change to pointer. So we need to change the font. So make an open sans and 600. Yes. In the Nishant Kumar, let me also make the font style as sans, open sans, not Victor Mono. Yes, if I am doing this, we have to make 150, then 160. Yes, perfectly aligned. So the next thing we have to do here is the post button is disabled. So let me disable this also. We will only enable it when we have something in the text box. So disable. So if I click this, I mean, we have to style it first. Now, so we have this post. Sorry. Yes, we have this post button. Let me create a function. So const post thread, that will come when we click the button. I mean, that will run when we click the button. Post thread. Now this will, in this post thread, we need to save a few things. So let me make a payload that we have to send in the Firestore database. First will be the name of the user, which will be username. Then we need to store the email of the user, which will be, let me also get the email. So user email, which will be user email. Is this the correct key name? Let me check in the application local storage. Application local, yes, it is correct. So the name and the email. So user email will be I mean, email will be user email. Fine. The next thing we need is the payload, the data we will type in the text box. So let me create a state for that. Use state this. Let me create a state here. Const. Okay. Thread data set thread data equals to use state empty string. So when we type, it will be automatically saved in this state called thread data. So let me create a function here for get thread data equals to this function. In here we will simply set the event, I mean not event, just the value. So when we type, we should see it in this state. I mean, this will take an event. Just need to set event dot target dot value in the get thread data, and in here we can simply set the value like this. So we can say thread data equal to thread data. One more thing is we have a button here called plus. I mean, it's not a plus button, but we can simply add multiple threads together. So that we will add later. We can simply add one single thread per user. So we have to disable the button, as I said before. So disable this button when thread data dot length is, I mean, see. Let me also add a class. Let me convert this to template literals. So in this we can add a dollar and this. So if threads data or thread data dot length, if it is 0, in this case disable it. But if it is not 0, it will be then, okay, what I am saying. What? It's tiring. So thread data dot length we have. If this is true, if the length is 0, it means false. In this case, we will show something. So let's say, let me add disable else enabled, or just an empty string. But wait a second, this should be inside this. So disabled else do nothing. So in the case of disabled, we can simply add the styling in the main dot, I mean index.scss. So disabled will be background color, this color that is a little bit darker than blue. So let me copy the button post thread, I mean only the color, not the color keyword. So this will be here. Okay, 1 second. If I make it as black, let's see what happens. So this is saved, this is saved as well. So if this is 0, okay, then we can do this. Okay, we need this property called important, so that we see this not allowed cursor. So if this is the case, we can just change the color as well. So say we can say blue, but important. So yes, we can make it a little bit darker like this. Yes, now it is working. If I simply type something, this will be enabled, but if there is no text, this will be disabled. We cannot click it. That's done. Let me remove this one. Now that we have the payload, Okay, what else we can do here is just send it to the Firestore database. So if I open the API, we have firestore.jsx. In here, we have a function called create user. Let me just duplicate this and add a function called create thread. It is taking these things called name, email, and the thread data. So let me add the third one here called thread data. We have to pass it as arguments and get it as params in here. So name, email, and thread data. Fine. Just we have to call this create thread function in here. So import create thread from this route and call the function with the payload. So if we are passing the payload, one second. Yes, so we should get the payload and the name should be payload.name, email should be payload.email, and this should be payload.thread data. Save this. So we are having this create thread. After this, we can call a toast message. So just like we had in the, this toast, where is it? Let me check. It is in the common toast. So we can simply call this toast. Let me see how are we calling this. Copy this, add this in the Firestore create thread API, and this will say thread posted with success message, with success color. So that's all. What else we can do is close this one. Okay, we need to import this also called toast. So import toast from components common/toast. One sec. Let me just check the import. It is default or not default? Yes, it is default. So we don't need to worry about the curly braces. So we can give it a try. And one more thing I want to do, when we just create a thread, we want ourselves to be on the home page. So we have to just to navigate to the threads page. Here we can make this as a wait. This function should be asynchronous, and then we will navigate to the threads page. Fine, let's give it a try. Let me add, this is my first thread. Click post. Okay, what is this? Let me close this. We are having some issues, I guess. Create thread.jsx. We have a console log that we don't need. Create thread.jsx. Line number 37. Okay, what is this? Let me refresh the page. Now let me see, or let me check. Did we save anything? Okay. The thing is, I am doing a lot of things wrong here. I don't know what's wrong with me. So in the add doc, we have to add a collection also. So make this as threads collection, and we can say threads. Then we have to pass this collection here. Okay. We have create user, we have create threads. Now if I refresh the page, We should see something here, but if we do not, it's, I guess, fine. Let me try again. This is my first thread. Post. It is not working. We are calling this post thread function, which is sending the API. Let me check the networks tab. Click post again. Okay, we are not calling any APIs because I guess we should not create thread from API Firestore. We are having add doc, threads collection, name, email, and thread data. Then we have the toast. Fine. Why it is not working? Check the console. Post again. Okay. Are we running the function? So this is disabled. What if we just do this? Now click post again. Yes, now it is working. I guess that was the issue with this disabled property. Now, if I check here our thread, we should see a new collection called threads with this new data, email, the name, and the thread data, which is this is my first thread. I forgot to add one thing called timestamp. So let me go to moment.js. So let me install this package as well. npm install moment save. Paste it here. Let me have some water while it gets installed. So it's done installing. We can simply import moment from moment. Okay. Why don't we import it here in the Firestore page, firestore.jsx, so that we can simply create without passing the data in the payload. So we can say timestamp, this will be, so let me try this, but this will be in the AM and the PM only. So what we can do is 35 minutes ago, let's try relative time. Moment dot start of hour from now. So this will work. Let me make another pay. Let's say this is my second thread. Click post and we will see it as posted. So in here we have second post, which has the timestamp 36 minutes ago. But the thing is, we cannot show it like this because we will see the static data here. What can we do is simply store the time. So we can say July 6 or 16, I mean today's date here. So this is run, or what we can do, we can simply set the data like nothing, like just moment.format, and we can simply show in this format if I am having this. So let me delete the entire collection. So type the name and delete it. Now let me have, let me just create one more. This is my first thread because we're starting again. Click post. It is posted. Give it a refresh. The threads is here with a timestamp. So now when we render this in our front end here, we can use this this relative timing. Where is it? Moment dot end of day and from now, so that we can see in this manner using this timestamp. Okay, so that's done. What else we can do is, let me just show the threads in here. So we have the name, we have timestamp, we have description. Okay, we forgot to add hashtags, so we will add it later. So where do we have the option to add hashtags here? Where we don't have it. So basically, I guess it is automatic, or I have to research a little bit on this. For now, let me remove this. But before that, let me just get data from here. So we can simply go to the page here called threads page, thread layout, no. Single thread, no, it's not single thread. It is threads.jsx. Here we have to call our, what is it? Here we have to call the function to get data from the threads. So don't need create thread. So let me create a function here, or simply copy the function, and here we will have get threads. We don't need payload or anything. We don't need add doc. We don't need this. We need a function called get docs to get all the documents using the collection name. So we can simply pass the collection name, which is threads collection, and this will be a function asynchronous. Make it async. We will await the results, collect the data in a variable called let's set response. Now we can simply return the response. Now if I call the function called, okay, I guess we don't, okay, let me just call the function called get threads. But before that, let me wrap them in a try catch block, so that if we have any errors, we can simply catch it. So we can say alert error. Is it how we do things? Auth. Yes, that is how we do things using try catch block. Now let me call the function in the threads page in here. So import, we can say get threads. In this use effect hook, we can simply call the function. So we can say get threads. So as you see that it is returning as a response. Let me get it here as well. So let response equals to get threads, and simply check it in the console. Open the console. It is a promise, so we have to also make async call here. So make a function first. Function get all threads. It will be an arrow function. Now this will be async. We will await the response from get threads. So I guess if we're doing it here, we don't need to do all these things here. Remove this and this. This will run when the page is getting mounted. Now we will have all these data. We have to filter through it. So response.docs.data, we can say a single doc, then we can return something which is called doc.data. Save this. Okay, doc.response. I think it is data dot docs. I also always get confused between them. What is it? Docs dot generated properties of undefined. Response dot data dot docs. No, it is not correct. Let me check again using the response only. So we're getting all these things. Response dot docs. Okay, we have to use map. Yes, now a doc will we have, and then we can return doc dot data. Yes, we have this. We also want to add the ID, so we can say doc dot ID, so that we have the ID as well, this ID. So we have the email, the name, the thread data, and the timestamp. So let me store this in a state. But one thing I want to show you, we are having this use fetch. So where are we calling this use fetch? In here. For example, in the profile context. So we can create a context for this as well. So we can say firestore context.jsx. Let me copy the entire thing and paste it here. This will be known as firestore provider, and we will call it here. This will be firestore context. So this will be firestore context dot provider and the value. So that we are okay, we can close this. We're calling this function here called get threads. We can simply call it in the firestore context. So let me get threads. Let me copy the function, or just copy this. Fetch data. Okay, I guess we need the function here as well. So let me remove these states. Get all threads we have. Then if we are having, what is it? Get all threads. Get threads we need from /API /firestore. Yes. Get threads. Now we have to call get all threads and store the result in some state. So we can say threads set threads equals to use state. This will be an array. Now we have to set the threads using this, I mean the set threads function. Pass the threads in the firestore context dot provider. Now we can use it anywhere in our application. I mean, we can simply, we don't need to call it the API here. Let me remove this. So how to call this? Let me just remove this. 1 second. My neck is getting sore. We don't need these two things. Okay, 1 sec. We have this set threads. What is the thing here? Okay, don't need to set it here. We have to set it here. Fine. Save this, and it will call the function called get all threads when it mounts, and fine. Now to get the data in here, we have to use the thing called, 1 second. Yes, we have to use the provider. I mean, not the provider, the consumer. So let me remove the Firestore API. So do import. We can say, 1 sec. We have to import the use context from here, and the context name, which is Firestore context. Import Firestore context. From this, we have to destructure the data we are passing in here, which is the threads. So let threads equals to use context with the threads. I mean with the Firestore context, so that this calls the API. I mean not calls, it gets the data, which is simply the threads. So if I just check it in the console, we should get all the threads here, but it is undefined. Use context, Firestore context. Maybe the thing is we are calling it somewhere. Fetch post, fetch data. Maybe if I check the main.jsx, we are having this feed provider, but in here we have the Firestore provider. Let me change this. Firestore context. Now give it a refresh. We should see the data, and yes, we are seeing it, but after some time. So we are having this user. So I guess we also need to await this. Okay, this is done here. We are awaiting it. We don't need this for now. We are having this get threads. We need the we have this thread. So what if we do await here? No, it will not work because it is a context. I mean a React hook. Now that is done. All we need to do is call a single thread while mapping these threads so that we get all the threads here. Close this one. And here we can simply do threads dot map. Let me cut this. Let's say thread single thread, and by the way pass the thread here as prop. Now come to the thread, I mean the single thread. Let me get it as the prop. Let me just have the array which is first. This should be replaced by my name. So thread dot name, or it is username. No, it is name. Fine. Then we have thread dot timestamp. Yes. Then in the place of description we have thread dot thread data. Okay, we don't have hashtag, so remove it or just comment it out. Then if you check that, we will see all this kind of things here. So let me change the fonts here because it is not looking fine. In the thread card, let me search the name. Also let me close this one because I don't think we need it. So thread card, here we can add the font. So where is the fonts? Say Open Sans. Paste it here. What is happening? Copy and paste. And now our fonts have been changed. We have this Nishant Kumar as name, the timestamp. Okay, let me create a helper function to format the timestamp. So where we can do that? Helpers. We have context, hooks, layout. I did have a helper function. Okay, not in this page. So let me create a file called helpers. In this, let me see, or let me create a file called format time.jsx. Let me create a function here, export const format time, which will be an arrow function. So we need a moment, we need the moment. So let me import the moment package at the top. Import moment from moment. So whatever the timestamp we will get, we have to call this thing here. Where is it? July. One second. Relative time. Let's say hour ago, an hour ago. So call this while passing the timestamp in the moment brackets and return the timestamp here. Now we can call this format time. Let me just do import format time from this and wrap this in the function that we just imported. Now let's check. We will see this text which says an hour ago, which means it is working. Now let me make another post. So we can say this is my second thread. Click post. It is posted. But we don't see the data here. It is coming. Is it coming here? Let me give it a refresh. Okay, we still see an hour ago in here, but we should not. So I guess this will not work. Maybe they should not be here. They should be in here. Let's check. No, still not working. What if we just pass nothing, or we just return this? I guess it will not work like this. Okay, just let me add this. What is it? The time with the triple L, I mean this. Yes, return this and inside add the timestamp. Now it will show the time with the date. But the thing is, if I am making a post, let's say hello, or if I'm making a request, it is not getting here instantly. So I guess we have to do some alternate things here. Close this. So in the Firestore, we are having this get threads. So basically it is getting called where? Get threads is getting called in the Firestore context. So let me not do this. Where is it? Okay, it's getting confused. And I am tired for today. So let's not do this here. So let me delete this, remove the get docs, and instead in the Firestore context, we simply import the thing which is called the function which is called on snapshot. So import on snapshot Firebase slash Firestore. One minute. Firebase. Okay, yes. We have to do on snapshot, but the thing is, I guess we have to import this as well in order to make the imports work. Now if I do import on snap, no, I guess not, from Firebase slash Firestore. Maybe some problem I have in my what is this VS Code. So we have to call this function in get all threads, not call this as response. So we can just remove this and we can simply do on snapshot. This will take the collection which is the threads collection. So let me copy and paste it here. Threads collection, this will take a threads collection. We also need collection, so import them from Firestore. So we need collection and on snapshot. Yes, this is done. We also need database that we're importing. What is app here? We don't have any app, but it is active. Fine, no problem. So this is taking the threads collection and it will take a callback function called response, and simply then we can set it here like this. Now refresh the page. Let's check for errors because we have some errors. Get threads in Firestore context.jsx. Get threads. Okay, where is it? Where is the get threads? Okay, we don't need this because the export does not exist. So we are okay, now we are getting the data. So when we call this, this should run. Let me make another post. So say hello to. Click post. 1 minute. Add doc. Something is again wrong. Threads collection is not defined. I think I have made a cut, not a copy. Now click post again. And now it is here. Now let me start again by deleting all the threads and creating a thread from the very beginning. My battery is very low, so we can just create a thread that will say hello Nishant. Now click post. We will be on the home page with the thread and we will see thread posted. The timestamp, the name, the text. So let me make a few changes here. So in the name, in the threads, in the SAS, where is SAS? We have the, okay, 1 second, single thread, we have thread card. Where is it? We have create thread. No, we have threads. In here we have the things like thread card. Let me add this dot name, and in the name we can simply do font size is 20px to make it big. If we are making a font size 20, we have to also do it for the timestamp because it should be on the same level of font size. Yes, but 20 is too much. Let's try 18 px. But this font does not look good to me. What we can do is, yes, change it to this other font which was, let me check, I forget the name all time, every time. So it is threads, no, it's login Victor Mono, that is the name. So threads name and timestamp should be a Victor Mono. Yes, that looks fine. Alternative, what we can say, alternate thread app. Then we have description. Let me also change the font family. here. It has been changed. Why don't we make it as 20? Yes. So the last thing we will do is decrease the width of action buttons. Make it 15. Yes. They look much better now. Much better. Now I have this app. We can create a thread and post it. That will reflect in the home threads page. Now let's see how we can add multiple threads in the threads app, because in the real app we have that option. So come to the add page, add thread page. We have the start a thread, and in the database we have only one thread. Like this thread data is a single string, but we want an array here. So first of all, what we will do is we will change the state of thread data to an array. In the array we will want an object which will contain our thread with the, so thread will be empty, and we can have a placeholder that will say this text, start a thread, and 2 dots, because when we add a thread we should see a different placeholder called add a thread. That is how it is in the app. So in the threads, like here in the text area, we need to map through this thread data so that we see every item that we have in the, what is it, we can say item we have in the array. So let me return a JSX element. So let me add a div here, and then let me add this text area. Save it, and if you now save, we have one object in this array, so we are saying this object, one entry. Now we have to rename, just name of the placeholder, static placeholder, and say item dot placeholder, so that we see what we have in there. Fine. Now about this get thread data, we are having the value passed, which is the target dot value here, but we don't want that. We want the event, and we have to pass the index that we get from here. So we can say index. Fine. So index and the event will be passed in the function at the top. So let me destructure them. Index, I think it's event and index. Event, comma, index. Let me check it. Event index, yes. So we have the event, and let me also add the name of the placeholder, which will be something like this. So name should be, what name should we give it? Thread. Our name that we are giving in the JSX element of type, this, what is it? This text area, we should match the thread here, this name. So if I am having thread here, they should have thread here as well. So that's thread. Now what we can do is come here in the get thread data. Let me make a local variable called data, which will have the copy of the thread data. So make a copy here using thread operator. Then what we do is we will use the index to store where our data will go when we type, in which iteration of the array. So it will be 0th index or first index or second index. So we will use data index. Then we will use event dot target dot name, where the name is, which is the data, and then we can add this thing, event dot target dot value, value, and then we will store the entire data back into the set thread data. So just add, okay, add data, save this. Let me now console this thread data and see what we are getting. Open the inspect element, console. Let me refresh. Just let me type something called Nishant. So we're getting only one object because we don't have any options to add any thread, because yes, we don't have any option. So we are saying a placeholder and the thread. So what we have to do is, we don't need the placeholder here, we only want the thread. So we will simply map through the data. So data.map, let's say item, and we will return item.thread, so that we see only the thread here in the console. So just refresh this. Let me type something called Nishant. Okay, cannot create property thread on string n. That is different. Maybe the thing is, okay, we can't do it here because we had the placeholder here. We will do it in this post thread. We will simply map to the thread data and extract all the threads and leave all the placeholders behind. So that, okay, we also need a key thing here. So in this div, let me add div key as index. So refresh the page. We see no errors now. Yes, now the thing is, we need something to add the thread. So we can have a button at the top. So maybe not a button, maybe an icon. So we have the username. We can add an icon beside the username to add a thread. So let me have an icon. Go to React icons. This. So we need plus icon. So okay, we need some icon that is beautiful. We can try this icon, bs plus circle dotted. Let me import it at the top. Import bs plus circle dotted from React icons / bs bootstrap. Let me just render it here. So bs plus circle dotted. So we will have the icon here, but we need to align it with this username. So make a div and save. So we need this okay, we need this name with the username in the same row. So remember that I had made a class name in the main or index.sess which is called flex and jcsb. So give this class name here, flex and jcsb, but the gap is too much here, so we might have a problem. Okay, we cannot work like this. So what we can do is create one more class name for this. So we can say username container. So in the username container, let me move it here in the threads, anywhere, threads.css. So where should I add it? We are having the create thread. In outside this, we have the create container. Maybe create thread container. Okay, this is not it. We have a create thread, and this is the styling for this. We have to add it here. So let me just make it in here using nesting SCSS. Display of flex. It is not working, I guess. So create thread. Okay, not create thread. It is create thread container here. So we can match this level, like add it here. Now this should work. Username container, or maybe let me add it at the top here. Display flex direction row. No, it is not working. Simply username container, we have this. Okay, maybe why don't we add it outside, like don't use nesting. Maybe make it, okay, well, let's do a column here. Okay, why it is not working? This should work. We have a p tag. I think p is a, let me make this a div, then let's see if it works or not. No, it is doing like this stuff. So what can we do? Display flex. Okay, Okay, why don't we just do this? Just add it here like this. And maybe we can give some space in the current user. So find it where it is. So we can say, or we can, yes, we can say margin left, not 160, let's say 150, or maybe 50 px. No, this will not work. So what? Let's try a gap here. 10 pixels. Still not working. So the last thing we can do is make this a div. This also a div. No, it will be like this. So instead, we can make this as a span tag. Okay, span. This should be, and okay, don't need this. So what we can do alternatively is give this a class name. This will be, let's say, React icon. And okay, we think, or I think, this is not suitable in here. So let me remove all these things, bring it back to its original form, and add this at the place, add it at the bottom here. So not at the bottom, maybe. Let me have a div here. Add it here in this div. So it is hidden. Why it is hidden? Because of this text area, I guess. Our styles are out of order. So margin top is -15 pixels. Let me make this as 0 for now. Yes, now it is not hidden. So I guess we bring it back here. Okay. And we shift it somewhere, like, let me make this as add thread icon. So we have this class name. Then we can add it at the bottom here. By the way, we don't need this, so remove it. And add thread icon. This should be display of, position of absolute. Now it is outside the flow. Let me add left 0. Okay, this happens. So what we can do, start a thread we have here. What if we add it inside, like here? So remove this one for now, or make a top as 0 pixels. No, not working. So why? Okay, I think, let me remove this icon and just have a simple button. We remove this as well. So the button will be after the start a thread. So we can add a button that will say, we can say add. So the button is hidden. So maybe we need to remove this margin top of what was it? 15 pixels. Yes, it is here, the add button. But we should have it after the thread, the thread text area. So add it here. Let me also add a style like we have this. So maybe just add it in the post button container. So it will be the same. Class name will be post thread. So yes, we can reuse it. Post thread. We have add and post. Now in the post button container, let me give them some styling. So we don't have this class name. So let me create it here. What we can do is display should be flex. Gap should be 30 or 40 pixels. Yes, we have now a gap between them. So we can add a thread, we can post a thread. So we need to make a function to handle the thread add logic. So say const add thread, and in here we will simply hook this function to this button called add. So on click, this should be add thread. Now it is fine. Add thread and post. Fine, it is working. So what we have to do now is come to this function that we just created, add thread. Let me make an object called thread. So in the object, we will have some default things just like we have it here. And the properties will be thread and placeholder. So add it here. So thread will be empty, but this placeholder should be, we can say, add a thread. So that when we add, we see this placeholder on top of this placeholder, start a thread. Now we have to add this thread into this object, which is, this array called set thread data. So how can we do that? We can do it like this. So we have the thread. We can say start thread, set thread data. Let me think for a second, which is an array. So what we can do is we will add the current thread, which is thread data. The collection of current threads. We will destructure them, and then we will add this object called threads or thread. So add it here. Now if you check, so what we should do is click add thread. We will have a new text area where we can type something. We can add one more thread like this. Now let me add a button to remove the threads. So let me add a button here, or make an X icon. I think that we can do. Close. So let me try this AI filled close. So we don't need this icon. So what is it? Did my computer froze? No. AI fill close circle. Where should I add it? Here, after the text area. Remember that they should be inside the thread data map, because we need to remove some specified icon. Specified, what is this thread. So that is why. Maybe add it on the top here. No, the thing is, it is causing like it is here. We want to make it the top. So first let me add the size here called 30. 30 is very big. Let's say 20. 20 is fine. So we want them adjacent here. So let me give this a class name of close or delete thread. So just have this come over here, delete thread. We can say we have to move it to the top. So position absolute, yes, it is on the top here. Now make a cursor of pointer here, so that when we hover them, the cursor will be changed to pointer. Don't worry about this G sign, it is Grammarly on my system. So that's done. Now a function that we need to remove the threads. So let me make it here. So const delete thread. So we also need one thing in this as a parameter called index, so that we remove the certain index from the array. So in the delete icon, it is here. We can make an on click event, and we can pass this delete thread with the index. So index is this, it will go up here and it will delete that index. So where is it? Here. Now let me do this. We want to use a method called splice. So we want let data equals to, we have to get all the threads at this data variable. Then we can say data dot slice or splice. Maybe we use, what we can do, we can use splice. Let me check both. So we have to remove the index and one element. So then after removing, we have to set the data in this array called set thread data. So let me set it up here. Data, yes. Now let's try this. Let me delete anyone, like let me type something called Nishant. then Kumar, then ABC. So let me delete this one, ABC. So it has been removed. Now let me delete the top one called Nishant. Okay, the thing is, we are having some problems, and that problem, to fix it, we need the value prop here. And in the value, we have to pass item dot thread, because it should know which value that we are removing. I mean, we are removing the current value from the array, but this text area is not fetching the proper thread. And to fix it, we have to do this thread, I mean item dot thread in the value prop. So once we have done that, let me try again. Nishant, let me add a thread is a good, let's say, boy. Now we have all these threads. Okay, we cannot scroll. That is a problem. So I guess we have to fix it. So first, let me just fix it using adding a width somewhere. So, sorry, height. Maybe we have some height issue here. So I mean, let me fix it later. First, let me add, or first let me just delete anyone like is between. So it has been deleted. Now let me delete good boy from the last, deleted. Then let me delete Nishan, deleted. Then let me delete this A, deleted. So if I delete all the posts, we will have no posts here. Okay, that is a problem. So we can add a thread. Yes. And what one thing we can do is, okay, leave it, it's fine. So we can delete all the things, but that's not preferable, but we can still add them. So that's done. Now let me fix this issue of not having the scroll. So maybe we have to check maybe we have to add some height in here. So height should be 100 VH. No, it does not fix it. So we are having this margin left. Let me check. Yes, so to fix the problem, we have to do some things like, for example, first we have to add a div here called threads area, that is enclosing our text area mapping from the array and the close button. So once we have done that in here, we have to add some styles in here. So threads area will be position relative, height 50 VH, overflow y scroll. So let me do all of these things one by one and show you what all of these things will do. So let me delete position relative for now and remove these things, and remove this, and then remove this. If I save, we will have the original design like this. So one more thing I have to remove is this right 0. Let me do this. So we have the simple style, click add thread, keep adding it, and it will be like this. Now in the threads area, first thing we want to do is add some height, which will be 50 VH. Yes, so that it expands. Then we want a scroll, so we can say overflow y scroll, so that we have a scroll bar here like this. Now we can simply scroll through this, and our add thread and post button will not move, and neither will these two things like name and new thread. So that's done. Now the next thing we have to do, I found this article, I mean on Stack Overflow, where we have the option to hide the scroll bar. So in the threads area, we have to add ms overflow style to none. Ms means Mozilla, and this for I think Chrome browser. Now we have one more for hiding the scroll bar, like, so we have to put our class name here and set display to none. So this will hide our scroll bar, but keep the functionality. Now we can scroll like this. See, now the next thing we have to do is, see, if we are scrolling, our close button is not moving. In this case, we have to add a display of, position of relative. So this icon that we have is getting enclosed by this threads area. So if it is relative, this will move according to this, but we don't see it here anymore. It means that it is outside of the, like, it is flowing outside. So we have to make sure to bring it back. So make right as 0. And now we have this X icon. And let me give it a refresh. Start a thread. And let me type Nishant is a good. I think we need one more boy. Now we can post them. So click post. But I think we need to change some payload here. So let me check. Let me close this for now. Yes, we need to change the payload. So thread data, it is fine here, but we only want to send the thread. So thread data map, we can say item, and we want to return the threads only. So we can say thread data dot, thread dot or item dot thread. So item dot thread. Save this. Now let me give it a refresh. Let me do hello, comma, add a thread. This is my first thread, or maybe second thread. Are we recording? Yes, we're recording. That is my, okay, now this is my second thread. So if I click post, we will see the data here. But the thing is, we have to map through the array. If you check the Firebase Firestore documentation, this, what is it, Cloud Firestore, we will see this is an array. Like hello, this is my second thread. And in the single thread, we just have to map through this, not add it in a p tag. So let me change this to a div first. This as well. Save them. So I think this will not do anything. So we can say thread data dot map. We can say thread and simply, one second, return the thread. Okay, thread data dot thread. Sorry, we don't need to do that. We just need to do this. Do we? No, something is still wrong. Thread data. Let me check the key. It is thread data. Fine. We are mapping through it. So what we can do? Okay, the thing is we have to return something. So let me return a p tag and say inside we have the thread. I guess that's all. But thread data dot thread dot map is not a function. I guess this is for this collection. This is for this document. So delete this and maybe it will work. Refresh the page. Yes, it is working. So we are saying hello, this is my second thread. So what we can do is, in the description, we can give some margin left in order to make them push on the left, a little bit left. So let me search this class name. So we have margin top -10. Let me add one more here called margin left, say 30 pixels, and it will be moved on the right, like here. Let's implement the likes and the comment system here that we see. But before that, we need to do a few things here. For example, in the function logout, we have to destroy the token, the user ID, and username and the user email from the local storage. So let me open this for now. Go to application. We have user email and the username. We have to destroy that using local storage or remove item. Let me add the key name called user email and local storage dot remove item username, so that if we log out, we don't have these things in the local storage, and once we log in or create our account, we create it here with the new user and email. Now we have done this. What we can do, log out for now, and we will see the data is not here anymore. So now let me sign up with a different user. called Nishant Kumar. Yes, let me check. Yes, we have only one user here. In authentication, let me check. Yes, we have one user. Let me make this as Nishant Singh. Some email, but different email, and some password. Sign up. And if you see that we have a new email in here, like Nishant Singh in the local storage. Check the username. Let me make a post here called I am Nishant Singh. Click post, and it has been posted under the name of Nishant Singh at the current timestamp. See, so we can close this. Now, in order to make the likes and the comments system, we have to get the current user ID that we are on. So we can use a, let me do this. So we can use a query. So let me go to this file called, or this, what is it? Context called firestore_context.jsx. We are having a function called getAllThreads. Let me create one more here, and this will be getCurrentUser. So we have this getCurrentUser. This will take not this threads collection but the users collection. So we can say let users collection equals to collection keyword, and it will take the database as a reference and the collection name called users. Now we have to simply provide this collection name in the function called getCurrentUser. So let me pass it here for now. Let me call the function when we mount the component. So it is here, users collection and response and so on. Let me just make a console log of here, console.log. So we can open the console and see what we are getting. Open the console. Okay, we are getting this array of these two users, Nishant Kumar and Nishant Singh. Yes. So we need our current user. So we can filter that using our email in the local storage. So we can get it. Let current email equals to local storage dot get item. It is user email, I guess. Yes. So to filter that, we need two things called query and where. So query will provide a query to filter, and where will compare the database, I mean compare the current email with the email. So we can make it here, let current user query equals to query. This will take two things. First is the user collection, so pass it, and it will take where we have to, in the where we have to compare if the email is that we have in the users. Let me check. Yes, we have the email. If the email comma, if it is double equals to the email that we are getting from local storage, it means that user we have to get. Then we have to pass this current user query in the onSnapshot function. Now if you check the console, at the top we will see only one array object which contains the data of the current user with the ID. So we can simply create a state here. Let me make it here, const current user set current user equals to use state, say array. So let me bring it here. I will store the data like this. Let me pass the current user as value in the Firestore context. Now we need to get the ID of the current user and store in the threads when we make a thread. So we have 4 fields: email, name, threads data, and timestamp. But we have to also store the ID of the user. So we can just do this. Where should we do it? We need to get the data first. So we can say, let me import the use context hook from React and have the context here. So let's say which value we're passing here. It is current user. We need the current user equals to use context. Let me console the current user here. But wait, this will not be provider. This will be something else. So I have made a mistake here. This will be Firebase context. Now we are consoling it here. Let's check. Open the console, click edit. We will see this data coming here, zero index. So we have to filter dot, zero index. Let me create a variable for the ID because that's what we need. Let ID equals to, or we can say current user ID. It will be equal to current user 0 dot ID. Cut it here, place it here using the dot ID, add a question mark in case the value is undefined initially. So we are getting the ID here. Now we have to pass the ID as the payload. We have to pass it at the top, like in the payload. Current user ID will be current user ID. Now let me come to Firestore where we are calling this post, create thread API, which is here. So I don't think we need to add these kind of things. Just destructure the payload so that the last data that we have here, which is now the current user ID, goes inside here as well. And by the way, we don't need this for now, so close it and this as well. It will take all the data in payload and merge it with the timestamp. Then let's try this. We are having two threads. Let me create third one. What is it that we have to create? I am thread 3. Let's create. This is thread 3. Click post. It hasn't posted under the name of Nishant Singh. This one. Let me check this or this. So we are getting the current user ID here, which is SVDN and so on, from this user called Nishant Singh that I used to log in now. So that is done, and I am getting a warning here. So let me fix it, which is each child in a list should have a key prop and blah blah. So it is in the single page, in the threads page. It is here also. So let me fix the both. Okay, single thread not here. In the threads first, let's fix. Make an index. Make an index. Make a div here, and enclose it here. Add a key prop, which will take the index. So it will be done. Now the next place that we have to do this is, let's check in the single thread page. So I guess it is here. Make an index from the map function and add a key here that will have the index as prop. Now this warning will go away. See, it has gone away. Now we were working on like system. So what we have to do now is come to the single thread page. Here we are having two icons, heart and comment. These two icons. We have to move them in a different component, a separate component. So make a component in here called, let's say, action buttons .jsx. This will be a functional component like this, and let me go to my GitHub account. I have a repo, a project that I made previously called LinkedIn clone using React and Firebase. Here I have implemented the same thing. So let me just check how I did that. Components. We can have a common component, and in it we have posts card here. Open the index file. So if you check that I have done the same thing here. we have this like button where we have the user ID and the ID of the post. But in this case, we have the thread ID, not the post ID. So we will get it later. In here, let me add these two things, cut them and paste them, save them. Let me import the icons from here to here, move them, I mean, save. We don't need this space. Now let me call the action buttons in here. So yes, save the file. Action buttons is not defined. Let me define this. I mean, add import. See, it is done and it is getting here properly, but not so properly. Maybe make this as a fragment, not a div. Yes, now it is perfect. Better than before. Now you see that in this we are passing the user ID and the post ID. So let's do that here also. So yes, user ID, which is not the current user.id. So the same thing that we did in the closed threads. Yes, so we have to get this thing here as well in single thread so that we can pass on as props. Let me have, okay, did we do that? Yes. No, we didn't do this. We have the current user from the Firestore context. Let me get that. The context. One sec. Yes. Here. Import the use context hook at the top. Now if you check the console, okay, posts is not defined. So let's say this should be thread ID and this should be user ID. Fine, I get it. So to have the user ID, we can say current user ID, just no other key names. But what about posts? Let me just delete this for now so that we can see if we are getting the console of the ID of the user or not. This, yes, we are getting it on the line number 9 here. So we can remove the console log. Now at the post or this ID called thread ID, what can we do? So we are having all this data, which is like thread dot name and so on. We can just console.log something called thread.id, and that is so simple, which is this. So we are having 3 sets of ID. Like this is one ID, this is second ID, and this one is the third ID, and we have 3 posts. So we are saying to console logs for each post. So we can just remove this and do this. Here we can say thread ID equals to thread.id, that we will get as props in here. So let me do that. User ID and the thread ID. Now let me open. So we have done that. Let me open the like button component. Yes, this one, index file. So we are getting the user ID and the post ID. So if you check here that we have a use effect hook to get all the likes by the user ID and post ID. So we have a function called add comment. So let me not add comment, handle like this function. So let me add it here. So this function we will create in the Firestore API Firestore JSX. So the name that was, it is like post. Let me make like post. So not here. Like post, we have payload. Let me delete these things for now. So I can, yes, delete them. We have a like post where we are passing user ID and the post ID and liked. So liked is a state. It means we have liked the post. So let me also create it. have the use state hook here imported. Use state. So this is done, but we don't have post ID, we have user ID, I mean thread ID, so add it here. Now when we click the like button, we will run this function called handle like. Let me comment this and do a console log of user ID clg thread ID. Now let me try. Use state is not defined where? Action btns, but we have defined use state here, as you can see. Let me refresh this. I guess the error will go away. Yes, it has gone away. Now click like button here. So we will see the user ID of the current user with the post ID. So this post called, I mean thread called, this is thread 1. If you check, the ID is this VGL, I think it is one VG1 QZ and so on. See this ID. So using these two params or IDs, we will like a post. So we have to import the like post function, but it is not like post, it is like thread. So let me import it here. Import like thread from this. I don't think, yes, it is fine. No, replace this. So liked will be initially false because we don't have liked any post in the starting manner, in the starting phase. So we have, I mean, we have passed these things. Now let me come to the API here for this Firestore API. In the API folder, Firestore API.jsx. Here we should have a button, I mean function called like post, which is taking these things. Let me just add them here, like user ID, thread ID and liked as parameters. See, let me have a try catch block inside. Try, in the try we will have which document to like. So I have added it here, but I guess some errors we have. Let me have a catch block as well. This will take an error. Simply throw this toast with the error, I mean error and error message. Yes, so we are having this doc function that we are importing from Firestore. So let me import this. So we have done this. Doc to like is, I mean, yes, it is fixed, but this is the thread ID, not the user ID. So I mean the post ID, we have added it here. So now we are checking if we have liked the post, simply delete the doc, which is doc to like, else like the post using set doc and user ID, which is the user ID and the thread ID. So we have to import these two things, set doc and delete doc. So let me do set doc, delete doc. Let me check. So let me give it a refresh. Now let me click a like button. One more thing that I have to do is throw a toast when we like a post. So this should be here. We can say not post like thread liked. This will be success. Let me like it again, this one. But we are not saying anything. Is the API running? I guess it is. Let me check here in the Firestore. Are we having, one sec, I have done mistakes. So we don't have the likes ref. So make it. I forgot to add that. Likes ref collection database comma likes. Now we can try this. open the console, like one post, thread liked. Now if you check the Firestore page in Firebase, we should see likes table or collection with the combination of the user ID and thread ID, and in the collection as well, thread ID and the user ID. Now the next thing is we have to call the function called get likes by user in the Firestore API. So add it here, get likes by user, which is taking the user ID, the thread ID, set liked, and likes count. So we have the onSnapshot function like this. We have also the count, like how many people like the post. Yes, that's correct. So we have to replace post ID with the thread ID. So where is the thread ID else? Where else it is? I think it is not anywhere. So we can call the function in the action buttons. Should we? Let me check. In the components, common, like button, index.jsx, we are calling get likes by user in the use effect hook. Yes. So make a use effect hook. Get likes by user. We will pass these things. Let me come to the top here. We will user ID, post ID. I mean these things, these two things first. Then we have set liked, this function, and set likes count. Yes, we also have one. I think this should not be here. Okay, I think what we can do is let's set likes count. Are we showing the counts here? Yes. So if I'm showing the count here, they should be in this file, in this component called action buttons. So no, not this, not this. So we need likes count. So copy and paste. We need to use set likes count that we need to pass here, and it will set up all the things in here. Fine. We have likes count and this, and if you see that the use effect hook will run when the user ID and the thread ID changes. It means for each ID of the user and each ID of the thread, this use effect hook will run. I mean these two combinations. So we have three users. Okay, get likes by user is not defined. Let me import it. Let me import it from here, I guess. Get likes by user. Yes, query is not defined. Get likes by user. Maybe in here. Yes, we are having a query. See this. So are we not defining it? No, we are not defining it. So let's define it using a query keyword. So if I are using query, what else we are using here? We are using query, fine. Where we are using? Let me import that. All these things. Now it is working, I guess. We have no errors. onSnapshot is not defined. Let me define this as well. onSnapshot. Make a refresh. What else? No issues now. So let me explain what we are doing here in the function called get likes by user. So we are having the ID of the user and the ID of the thread. We are checking which thread that we have to access using thread ID, using query. So you know that which thread we have to access. This will go here. So if it is this thread or this thread or any thread, we have got this. Now we are running the function called onSnapshot to get the data on the thread ID query, all the data. So if it is this ID or that ID, I mean getting the likes here for now. So we have the likes from the response.docs.map and these things. We have the likes count using likes.length. Then we have to determine that that user that we are on have liked this post or not. So we have to use this user ID that we are getting from the local storage. I mean, we are passing this thread, not thread, current user.id, like here, not from local storage, from this Firestore get user, get current user context. Now you got it. We are setting this likes count in the set likes count function, and if we have liked it or not in this function called set liked, using this. Now this will come here. So if we have liked the post, we will delete it from the document in the Firestore. But if we have not liked it, we will store the data and throw a toast here, this toast. The next thing we have to do is filter out the correct, like we have a state here called liked. So liked is here. We have to do this. If liked is true, it means we have to show some icon which is not outlined. We have to show some icon which is, let's say, bold. So let React icons, open it. Let me choose a red heart here, or heart icon, which is not outlined. So let me choose, okay, what icon we are using for heart. It is AI. So okay, what is this? Let me choose AI heart filled. So if we have liked if the post is liked, we will show this icon, else we will show this icon. And let me pass the function here. Let me check. So in the first one we have liked it. Let me refresh the page. So first the post that we have liked it. Click it again, it will be unliked. Now click second post, it is liked. Click third post, liked again. So that's how we are using liked. Also in the AI fill heart, we can add a fill property called red to make it red. But this red is too bright. What we can do is choose a different color, like color palette. So let me go to materialui.com, materialui, MUI, choose some colors. So let me add some color, or choose the color library here. Okay, what is it we are doing? Color, this one. So we have this colors, come down and we will see this red. We can just add it here in the fill property, in the fill prop, and that's done. One more thing we can do is give this a class name, or all icons a class name of React icon, because this icon I have made a pointer cursor. So add this class name here. Okay, wait, class name, add it here as well, like this. We can like a post and you will see thread liked. What about comments? Okay, one more thing, let me go to the single thread, remove this number of likes, or just cut it, paste it in the action buttons, let's say here. Okay, this will break the code, fine. So what we can do is, okay, what can we do? We are having these things here, fine. We want to show the likes count. So what can we do for this? Single thread, we are having this. So likes count. We want this to send to the previous page. Maybe we can make a div or a fragment here and add this likes count so that we see one here. If I unlike it, this will be hidden. So basically this should be in both places. like here and here. Like it is now 1, but if I unlike it, this will be 0. Like it again and it will be 1. But we have to make a p tag around it so that like we style it properly. So likes count should be here and here. So we have to arrange them, make a div around it, div here as well, div here and div here. So this is not proper, so make a class name here called like container. In the like container, let me add some styling in the index page, index.scss. Like container, display flex, save, align items, center, justify content, center. Yes, let me add some gap. 20 pixels. Yes. I guess we don't need this one because it is already aligned on the vertical. It is already, or it is aligned vertically. Now, let me add a font here called Open Sans. No, not Open Sans, this font called this font. So if I check here, the styling of this, what is the name? Not Open Sans, Open Sans, Open Sans. We have it everywhere. We have vector mono. So add it here. This is now 1. So we can close login page. The same way we can add this in a div. I mean this comment button. So it will be on the same, but it is not. Let me make this a div as well. So this will happen like this. We want to make sure on the same line. So we can make class name of action container. In the action container, let me have this here. So display of flex, align items center, then gap of let's say 20 pixels. Yes, it is now perfect. I have like button here. What else we can do now is work on the comment button. So what should happen on comment is when we click the comment button, we should have a text box. So we can make it here. Say input. But if we do that, we will see it here. But this input should be at the bottom, like here. Okay, not here. Where is the bottom? Yes, I guess. Let me make it here. We can also use the common input. So let me use that. Input from this page, not this. Input from the local directory. Input. We are not getting this input. What is the name that I have declared here? Input.jsx. Okay, let's use from Arn design. Okay, we don't need this. Leave it. So let me open a new tab. Arn design library. Let me add a comment box. We can search input or text field. Input data entry input. Yes, that's it. We can try this one. A simple input from Arn design. So just do input placeholder and this here. This is a little bit awkward. So make a div around it and let me add the styling here again. So you can choose to add it anywhere, but since it can be commonly used, we can add it here. It's because yes, why not? So this is what was the name of the class name. Let me close this. It was action buttons. No, not action buttons. Let me have basic usage. Okay, we have to yet give it a name. So class name comment input. So let me add comment input. I want it on the next line. So basically we can make position as absolute, left 0 pixels. So it will go like this. Then we have comment input here. Okay, let me make this as comment box. This will be declared as a relative position. So position relative. Now it is in the place. It is properly. Let me add a width of 100%, but this is not proper. Maybe the width should be in here. Width 100%, or maybe in pixels. Yes. So if the left is 0, why it is not working like this? Comment input. Why don't we add it here and wrap the whole in a fragment like this? So it will go up here. Okay, then action button. Okay, I think this should be div as well. A lot of divs here we have. So make a style here called position relative. Now it is in the perfect place. Width should be not 100, 400, too much. Let's try 300 or 200. 200 is fine, I guess. But still it is very small. So we can try 300. It's now fine. Now we have to do some margin bottom. Say 30 pixels. No, this does not work. What about padding bottom? No, it does not work still. That is because this divider is getting intersected with this input box. So 1 second, we are having the input here. So show comment box, which is having this state. Fine, I will do it soon. So when we click this, our comment box should show up. So we have all the comments here. Okay, I want a method. I want a way to make this divider a little bit at the bottom. So it is in which page? Feed page, no, not feed page. Third page, no. Threads.jsx, yes. Divider class name is divider. It is here. Let me add some margin top. Let's say 20 pixels. What if I make it important? It still doesn't work. What if I make this as 100 pixels? Then should I make it 50? Yes, 50 is perfect. Or what about auto? No, 50 is fine. So this is done. Let me now close this thread, close this as well, and this as well. Now we should see this div only when we click the button of comment. So we need a state here called show comment box, which is initially false. So have this here, and when we click this AI outline comment, we should see this. So change the state when we click the button or the icon here. This will be show comment box. Fine. Click. Okay, we have to also hook this state here conditionally, so that this hides when this is false. So if it is true, we will show, else I will show nothing. Like this, it will hide. Click it again, it will show up for each different user. Like this. Perfect. That we have done. What is the next step? So we need an onChange event on the input. So let's have it called get comment. Here let's have it const get comments, or maybe This should be not comments, replies, this should be. So let me copy this, have it here, get replies for now. So this will take an event, and we can just have let value. We can destructure this from event.target. Event.target. Now let me just do a console log of the value. Let me refresh the page. But first, open the console. Let me type something like this. We are getting it here. Perfect. Let me have a sip of water first. Then I can continue. By the way, are we recording? Yes, we are recording. Fine. Perfect. So we need another function called add comment. So let me have it here. So we don't have this kind of methods yet, so we can comment this for now. Now we need a button as well to make a comment. So after the input, we can add a button to add or to say reply. So we will see this button here, reply. So in the comment input, we can style this, make display flex and all. Okay. What if I remove these things? What will happen? Okay, if I remove this works perfectly. So I guess we don't need to use position absolute. In that case, we can go to the create thread where we had the divider. Let me search for divider class name, and we can remove margin top because it will be unused. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes, we have this comment and this. What margin top? Okay, I guess that's fine. Fine, save it and leave it. Now what we can do is, okay, 1 second. Yes, I think it's fine. We need to align these things in the comment input. Where is it? We need to make them on a single line. So make here display of flex, and I think that's all. So in the comment box, we're having this input. Let me give a class name here called comment input. This should be container or comment container. So let me bring it here, replace the comment input, or maybe do comment container, add this entire thing inside. We have comment box. Yes, so I think leave it. It is much bigger now. Fine. So click comment and the comment box will be here. So yes, I wanted to add a display of flex in here. So it will become like this. Let me make height as, let's say 30px. It will be smaller. Make the height here as well. But it will break. That's a problem. So remove height from here. Make it 60. We can type a comment and then we have the button. So I guess I am doing something wrong. If I revert it back, give it a refresh. Okay, remove this margin top 50px, click the comment. Okay, we will have this. What if we add margin top 50? What is happening? I don't know. Okay, this sticks, so remove it alternatively. What we can do is change the things here. Fine. Now add display flex here so that the button is sticked. Also border radius none or 0. Make it important so that it will be fine. It is not like how we want it, but it's, I guess, fine. So border radius 0px. What about this? No, nothing works. So basically remove it. Now we have this comment, basic usage. Let me change this to add a reply. So we'll have this add a reply. We can change the font size to vector monospace. Make it also important. But I guess it is not working. So maybe make an input in here and save. We can style it on our own. Remove this input. We can have our own input. Input from common slash input. Now this input will go in here. Refresh it once, click it, and the style is not getting loaded. What about this? Let me check this input. We have the common input in the div. This is not loading. Why? This should load. This should load. This should load. Maybe the thing is we have to add the common input somewhere that it is accessible to us, because it is in here in the login container. Move this outside like here. Now it is accessible to us, but it is looking horrendous, but it's fine since it is demo application. Now about the button, we don't need to add these things. Now about the button that we have for reply, we can have some button from undesign. So we can add a button, search a button, maybe here. Let me go down. It is in Japanese or Chinese, I guess. Let's try a button from here. So let me use this type of button with a link, not a link. Let me try any button like an icon. So let me import these things. These things at the top, and then have this button. Or why don't I create a separate component for this? Like input, we had a button here. Button.jsx. Paste. This should not be app, this should be button, or even common button. Save them. Let me import common button here. Import common button from common slash button and call it like nj6 element. Okay, this is a problem. We need to remove, or we need to have only one button. So let me have this a button only. We can, or icon button like the search. So we can remove the extra buttons from here. Bring this. We need one more space. So have it here. Save. We will have the button here. Now we have to make them in a single row in the comment input. Didn't we do that? No, it's not here. So we can say align items center. Now they are on the single line. So we have done that. Now what about the icon? So we have the search outline icon. So we can just copy the icon from here, paste it in our likes button, action buttons, and search for comment outlined. Parse the icon as props, like in JSX element. We can get it here as props. So let me and add the icon here. Now if I click this, we will have a comment icon. So basically I don't want the comment icon, I want the plus icon. So what if I search icon here? Okay, yes, it is here. We need a plus icon. So we can try this one. Let me have it here imported. The name only first we want, like the plus icon outline, pass it here, get it here, here. This should be here as well. Save the both. So if I now check, we will have plus button icon here. Fine. Shape we don't need, so remove the shape for now. It will be like this. Okay, okay. What about we remove what if we remove space from here as well? I think it looks fine, but it is like, let me try this one. Add it here, plus outlined, import the icon, and have this here and here. Yes, I think that's better. Also, the color should be not, it should be not be primary. They should be dark. So make this as dark. So it will be dark so that we cannot see it. What about, let me check for, okay, let me go back. The button section. We have this search here. So basically, if I come down, I think I just need to remove the type here. So to make it white. Yes, it's working. This should be not search, this should be plus. Perfect. So this is done. Fine. We don't need search outline. I can remove it. Now when we type a comment, we need to send it somewhere. So this plus button should have the function called add comment. So let me pass on click. I mean not on click. Let's pass the function name directly like add comment, or not add comment. Let me pass on click. Yes. So this on click will be here as props. The button will respond to this event when we click the button, and the function will run simply. So the next step here is we have the post comment function. So let me check that. What? Okay, in here, let me create a function here. So come to Firestore API.jsx. Here we have post comment function somewhere. Like post, get likes by user, we have this post comment. Simply add them here. It takes the thread ID, the comment, the timestamp that we can have here also, and the name of the person. So okay, let me just have timestamp here. Pass thread ID as post ID with the comments ref. So let me create a comments ref here. Let comments ref collection. This will take database, comma, comments, or maybe not comments ref, let's say replies. Let me make this as replies, or replies ref. Now this will come in here. This will be post replies. We can make this as a reply. This will be reply as well, and that's all. We have try catch block and fine. Let me return toast on error. Oh. Fine. What else? We have post replies. Let me get it in the function. Import post replies from API Firestore for this, and this will run the function called post replies. By the way, we also need a state for our comments, so we can create it. Const, not comment, sorry, reply. Set reply equals to use state empty string. So set reply will run when we type something in the input box, which is here. So let me pass this. Okay, on change get replies. Sorry, it should be here. Yes, we have to add it here. set reply is set. Now this will be comment as reply. We will have the get current timestamp where this is coming from. Let me just 1 sec. Fine. Then we have current user.name. So what is the name? User ID. We have thread ID. So maybe we can, okay, the user ID is the email. No, it is not the email, it is the ID of the user. We need this thing called ID of the user or the username. So let me get that as well. How can we get that? In here, if I come to the action button, we have single thread, we have current user.id. I mean this. Let me have let current user name equals to current user I mean 0 dot name. Is this the name or something else? Let me check in the users collection. Yes, it okay, yes, it is name, so it will work. Let me pass this as current username. Current username. This will come in the action buttons. Current username, and this will go where? Like, I am confused here. Current user.name. So just add it here. Yes, yes, yes. Save them. We have post replies, and yes, set comments or set reply will be empty when we make a comment request. So this will take the post ID, the reply, but we don't have post ID, we have thread ID, so add it here. And fine. We can just add a comment, I guess. I think we are set here. We can try this. So we are making a comment on this Nishant Kumar. This is thread 1. So let me check the users. I mean the threads. This is thread 1. Correct? Yes. We are making the comment here. Note the ID of this. 1 sec. No, we cannot make a comment on this. Let me do one thing. Okay, we don't need the bookmark manager. Let me delete the entire threads collection. Now let me make a thread. Hello, this is Nishant. Let me add one more thread. This will say testing. Let me click post. It will be here, but the likes and the comment is like this. So in single thread, okay, in the action buttons, let me check something that we can do. We are having this div, and this div has a class of like container, which this doesn't have. So add it here. Now it's fine. So add a like. It is like added or thread liked. We will have the like here in the collection, fire store collection. Okay, we 4 likes, fine, doesn't matter. Now let me make a reply here called this is a reply. Click plus button. I guess it is not getting added. Let me check the console. Get current timestamp is not defined. Yes, I have to define it because yes. So let me do import get current timestamp. From where? Where are we getting that from? Let me check in the components. Common like button index. Okay, it was in the moment package. So maybe we can add a helper as well here. So do we have a helper? Yes. We have format time. Let me add this called get current timestamp in use moment. First create a file called use moment .jsx, make a function called get current timestamp, export this, and we want to return the current timestamp. So if I go back to this helper method, which should be in here, use moment, let me copy the entire thing, paste it, we're done. So this will call the function for, from this use moment. So let me add the correct route, which is helpers slash use moment. Now I think we are good to go. Let's try this. Say test reply. Click plus. We still have some issues, I guess. Give it a refresh. So the issue was I was having this handle input here because I think I have changed it accidentally. Because in the button.jsx, the prop name is called onClick, not handle input. So change it back to this. Save, and now if I try to add a comment called this is a sample reply, click plus, we will have the comment here, the reply here in the Firestore. If I check, see, we will have it here with the reply. This is a sample reply. Now we have to do one more thing. So we have this reply here, the state. We have to add this in the input. So let me pass it first. Reply as reply. Not reply, let's say value. So in the button, not in the button, say input, the value should be corresponding to this. Now let's read the comment and show it in our page. So we can map through our state, but we need a state first. So if you see, we are having get comments function in this use memo hook, but we have the use effect hook. So let me get it here. This will be get comments with the thread ID and set comments. So let me create the state here. Comments and set comments. Maybe not comments, replies. So this should be replies and set replies. R should be big, which will be an array. So we will pass this function in here at the place of set comments. No, this should be not get comments, this should be get replies. And we should have this function in the Firestore. So export const get replies, an arrow function. Let me get the function from this clone where we're having in the Firestore api.jsx, not auth API, Firestore API. Get comments, this should be, but we have get replies. So let me add them here. Get comments, let me have single thread query, fine, which will take the comments ref. In our case, it is replies ref. It's fine. This will be not user ID, this will be called as thread ID, like this thread ID. So we can simply call this thread ID here in the place of post ID. Now in the on snapshot, we can run single thread query, response, let's say replies, docs.map and so on, ID and data. So we need the function. So first we need the thread ID from here. So get it from the params. Then we have set replies function. Then get it again. Simply set it here. That's all. But this will be replies, not comments. So share it here. Okay. What else? What else? What else? Now we have this replies. We can simply do a console log here to see it in the console. Even though target is undefined, from where get replies. I think this function. What is the issue? Let me refresh the page. Okay, not here. Get replies. We have this as to, okay. We can say get all replies. Change the name of the function here as well. Now if I refresh, get all replies is not defined, so import it from Firestore. Now refresh. We should have no issues. So if I inspect we will see one error. We will see one array with the reply and all the data. And we have to show this reply for our current reply. So go back to this page source. Okay, source components, common. We can say where is it, like button. So what is happening here is the same thing we're doing in the get likes by user. So we are filtering the query for likes where we have thread ID. In our case, in this case, we are filtering for the thread. I mean for the comment thread. So we have the replies from docs. We are setting all the replies using this for a single thread. So for a single thread, we will see all the replies on that thread. Like for this comment, for this reply, we will see it on this page, on this thread. So let me go to action buttons. What I was going to do is come over here, open index. Okay, we have to map through this, so we can just do this. But the question is, where should I add it? Should I add it here? So replies dot map and so on. So name we have reply not comment. So add it here. We have timestamp and the thread ID. So also let me add an index here, and on this div let me add key as index. Save, and let's see. We are getting the replies here, but the name is already taken, so we can say reply name, and we are getting it like this, so we can say reply timestamp. Reply timestamp. Let me delete this, but the thing is we need to make a class called all replies. So where should I add it? Maybe in the index. So we can say width 100% or 100, not 500 pixels. Now it is spread like this. In the all replies, we have reply.name. So add them here. Let me use this font, not cut it, copy it. Let me change the name. I mean, let me change the font size. So we can add this as 20 pixels. Yes, it is but big. So make 16 or 15, not 150. This looks perfect. Then we have this sample reply, which is simply an comment. So let me leave it at comment, doesn't matter. I am doing it, filtering it too much. Comment should be 13 pixels because we have to make it small. Then we have timestamp, which is reply timestamp. So add this here as well. Font family this, and again this. I think this is a proper comment. Yes, but in all of these we have to shift it on the left, on the level of the, let's say this hello Nishant, or I think this is fine. What I want is, okay, should I do that? Yes, let me do a border 1px solid. We can say this 212121. Shift it a little bit inside, so padding left 20 or 30 pixels. Yes, I guess that's perfect. What if I make it as 550? This is just matching the border of the, I mean this divider. What if I make it auto? No, auto will not work. I guess 50 is fine. Yes. So why don't I just shift this entire thing in here after this div? Because we can only show this comment replies when we click this button, but then this will break it. So what if I add it here? One sec. This is a div. Let me add in fragment. Add it here, and then have these things, which is at the bottom, in here. Like where second here. Now it's looking perfect. Like the icon button of comment, this will disappear the comments. I think. Let me check. Yes, this is too much. Make it 20. Padding bottom a little bit more, or maybe margin bottom, say 10 px. I think that's fine. Okay, not margin, padding will work. Padding bottom. I guess that's too much. Let's try 10. Yes, 10 is fine. We are having the awesome reply box now. Let me log out. Log in with the other account. Okay. Maybe some issue we have. Let me do this. Yes, we're logged in. The username is Nishant Singh. Let me add a comment here. This is Nishant Kumar. Click plus button. We have an issue. Let's check. What is it? Post replies is not defined. One sec. Where? Get all replies, post replies. Where it is add comment. Action button 27. 27. 27. 27. Post replies is not defined. What is this? How can we have done this? We were calling this function, but what happened now? Who removed it? Now let's try. This is Nishant Kumar. Click plus and the comment has been added. Let me also remove this console log somewhere that we have for replies. Now perfectly we are saying both comments, but the name is 1 second. Let me open users. We have Nishant Kumar and here we have Nishant Singh, but the thing is we are seeing the Nishant Singh user in both of them. That is not fine. That should not happen. Okay, the name is undefined. Why is that? The name is undefined. Let me try to console.log the current username. This is the page for action buttons. So go to home. It is Nishant Singh. Let me open application. The username is this and user email is this and username is undefined. So this issue, let's check. On logout, we're destroying the user email and the username. So let me click logout. They are destroyed. Now let me log in with this user. Okay, the username is undefined when we are logging in. So let me check. Where is the login function? Login page. This is login.jsx. I think we are having inputs.name in the, okay, this is a thing. We don't have the username in here. So what we can do to fix it, let me remove the response here. We need the username for this. So we can also do a filter here using our current email. So let me have this function called, not in here, it is in the stored context, get current user. So let me check where are we getting this context. Okay, this is here, get current user. But we don't have to check for this. We have to check for current user state because that's what we are passing. So we need this thing. Let current user from Firestore context in our login page. So basically, let me add it here. Import the use context hook from React. Use context hook from React, and also import the Firestore context. Import Firestore context. Now the current user will contain our current name. So we can log this in the console and see what is it we are getting. Open the console, we are getting Nishant Singh. No, we are getting not Nishant Singh, 32 line number. Let me refresh the page. Let me go to login page. We will get this object. So we have to get the first user, the only user dot name. Let me add a question for optional chaining in case it is undefined. So delete this. Now we can simply set the username like this here. If we don't have any user. So open the applications now. We have no user. Let me use my email and the password. Click login. It is still undefined. So current user dot name. So the thing is, I guess we can only use when we are logged in. So let me think for a second. So to fix that issue, we need a function called update profile from Firebase auth, and this will do what is this will take the response dot user that we're getting from this response to see which user that we have to update. Then it will use display name and anything we want like the image and sets the name of the user. Like on the page of register or sign up, we're having the field of name. Using the name, it sets your name in the Firestore. I mean, yes, in not Firestore, in the Firebase. Let me try this. Let me show you that in the authentication, we have only one user, which is Nishant S440. Let me open the console, add Nishant Singh. 1 second. Add the email, this and some password. Click sign up. And we are now signed in. Now let me click logout. Sign up with this user. 1 second. Add the password. Okay, we have to make a console log somewhere, but I think I have removed it. So let me make a console log of the response in here. Now let me log out again. Sign up again. I mean sign in again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Login. We are getting this data, which has the user. In the user, we have the display name as Nishant Singh. This was not here before. So if you remove this function called update profile from here, you will not see your name because it is not default. The default is empty or null. We have set it here using inputs.name while we type the data in the input while signing up. Now we have one comment. Let me add one more comment called reply to, or before that, let me come over to the edit file. I mean this, you will see the name here successfully popping up. Now if I add a comment here called reply to, then add plus. Okay, we should see it here. Let me refresh this. I think I have not added it here. Let me do that. So in Firestore, we have get likes, we have post replies. We are having the name. Let me see where are we calling the function. Here. So what is the name here? Let me check. Let me check. Are we having the data here? Let me check here first. replies. No, it is not added. So we have to check because I think I have to fix some issues. So we have post replies that is taking the current user name. It is coming from here. So if I just do action buttons, current user name is this. Yes, we are getting it from here, but is this valid? Let me check. See an array 0.name. Yes, it is valid. So what if I do the entire comment here? We will see Nishan Singh. Let me try again. Reply to. Let me click plus. Yes, now it is coming. I think before I had some issues in the network. So the name is Nishan Singh now, and the reply is reply to. In the first one, we have reply 1, and the name is this. Different timestamps. Okay, one more thing I want to do is first remove the console log from here. And I guess from here as well, somewhere, not sign up in the login page. Yes. So, yes, the thing I want to do is this. In the single thread, we are having all the comment and a plus button. Okay, it's not here, it's in the action buttons. So open that. So here what I have to do in the plus is we have to make it disabled. So it is a common button, so make disabled as true. Now in the common button we have to add this. If disabled we are getting, set the button to disabled. So it will be like this. What about the symbol? Or the outline? What we can do if I type something? Okay, we have to make it conditional first. So we only want to disable the button, this plus button, and the reply is empty, or the length of reply is 0. So reply.length, if it is 0, hide it, else show it. But I have to just, okay, we can just hide it. So we can do this. Disabled, remove it from here as well. We can simply hide it. So we can say if reply.length is 0, show nothing, else show the comment button. See, if I add a comment, it pops up, else it disappears. So that's also a good thing. So click like, it will be liked. If I click comment, the comment button will hide. Now let me make a post using this. This is Nishant Singh. Click post and we will see this is Nishant Singh. So comment is empty, comment box, but here we have comments in this thread. So I can say not perfect, but fine. Now let's work on the profile page. So we have two functions to do here. If you click the profile icon on the bottom, we will be on our profile page. But if you click a profile from the home page or the threads page, we will be on that profile of the user, like Nishant Kumar or this. So let's do that. First we need is the first thing, we have to follow this screenshot. First, let me get the data for the profile. So I can make a function here that will be something like this. Get current profile or get current user profile. Fine. But here the email we will receive here, we will not from the local storage. It will be from the params. So to do that, come to bottom bar first. Where is the bottom bar? Here. Here we have a home navigation, profile navigation. The second parameter we'll take is the route. The state we can also pass. The state will be the email that we are having. Let's say the current email. So let current email equals to local storage dot get item. Let's say user email that was. So in first case, when we are clicking the bottom bar, we should get our email. So current email will be equal to current email. Fine. We can have here also. Let me have it here. So we can say import. We can say use location hook from React router DOM. Then let me have a location instance from this use location function. Then if we do a console log of location, we can see, let's see what we have. Open the console. We will have this kind of object which has a state and then the current email. So we can just filter it out. Location dot state dot current email. Let me store the entire string in a variable. So we can say let current email equals to this. Fine. Now we can create a function for Firestore like this function. Call it. So let me not call it here. Let me cut it from here and call it in the this API folder firestore.jsx somewhere here. So this will be like, it will be called, let me wrap this in a try catch block. Try, all the things will go in here. Let me have a catch block where we have an error. We can simply do return or not return, say this thing. Let me come to this toast error and so on. Fine. So this will take an email when we call the function from here. So what can we do else? The bottom bar part is done. If I now click the profile icon here, okay, we cannot say because we're not consoling the current email. So close bottom bar, open profile, do a console log of this here. You will get the current email. Now the next thing is come to the threads page, or not threads, single thread. Here we are having this name property, this name. Let me hook a use navigate here as well. So we can just import it. Import use navigate from this route. Then yes, that's all. Create an instance of this. Let navigate equals to use navigate. Now we will call navigate function when we click the name here called thread.name. So on click, say navigate to this route called profile. Fine. Then we can have the state passed here. So the state key name is current email. So we have to do the same thing, current email. And here the state is called thread.email. That is we are rendering here. Yes. Now that's done. Now click any user like Nishant Singh. We are on that page, on the profile page with that email of the user. Click this one and we have this user. One more thing, let me come to the, okay, where it is. In SAS we have threads.scss. We have this name property in the thread card. Let me add one thing here called cursor as pointer. Let me also create a SAS file for the profile page for styling this. Now in the index, let me import it. Import URL SAS / we can say profile. Yes, correct. Also add a semicolon at the last. That's done. close index, and we can write our styles in the profile.css. Now, if you see that this is having a cursor pointer, the name. So now we can call, let me close single thread. We can call this API that we just created at the bottom, set current profile. Let me export this function so that we can import it anywhere we want. It will take the email and fetch the data according to the email if we pass it in the query. Perfect. Now come to profile page. What we can do is import the function. So import, what is the name for this? Get current user profile. Correct. Have a use effect hook at the bottom. In the use effect hook, let me call this get current user profile, passing the current email, which is this. So get current user. Oh, let me do this. Let me call this function in this function and make this as get current or get profile, and then call it here in the use effect hook, this function name using. Now if you check here, let me remove this things we don't need. We don't need feed context and use context. So it is returning us, it is setting it here in this set current user, which is not existing here. So what we can do is rename this to set current profile and get this from params. Create a state here, const, let me have the state name called current profile, set current profile equals to use state. So what we will get is an array, so make it an array, pass it in the function. We also need to pass the email. Okay, we are calling this here, we have to pass current email and the set current profile. Now this set current profile will come up here and set the data from this on snapshot function. Now let's see if we're getting this in the console or not. Our current profile. Click Nishant Singh. Yes, we are getting it on line number 18. This is the line number, which is having the email, the name and the ID. Now click Nishant Kumar again for the last, click Nishant Kumar. We are getting this ID, Nishant Kumar and so on. And the profile icon is also highlighted. Now click the profile icon. We are seeing this one, like my current user. Now let's populate the data. So we can simply map through it in this div. So we can say set, current profile, but we know that we only have one profile here. So we will get only one profile. So we can set current profile 0 dot name. For the name, let me store it in a variable called name, or say profile name equals to this. Are we allowed to do that? I guess I am, or we are. So in the div, let me render an h3 and inside pass the profile name. So if I come to the home page, then click profile page, cannot treat properties of name. So maybe we have to add an optional chaining in case it is still loading. Now come to profile page, you will see the name of the current user. So I am on Nishant Singh. It's showing us like this. Now let me come to Nishant Kumar. You will see Nishant Kumar name here. So it's working. Now all we have to do is style the pages. So we can say class name. What we can do is give profile main here. So the profile main class will go in the profile.css, and we can limit the width to, let's say, 50%, and do display of flex, justify content center. So if I am doing display flex 50%, let me do a background color of red so that we will see which part is getting highlighted. So this is the part it is getting highlighted. So we need this in the center. So we are having this profile main, but this is a component. We have a page as well. So click profile page. In this div, or what if we just remove this div? What will happen? Nothing will happen. So basically, I think we need to do class name, profile container. What about these one? Like return sign up, return threads, return login. Okay. But in the profile, we have the div. So what if I just, it will not work like that, I guess. So let me check for sign up page first. Where is it? Sign up component. This one. If I come down, we have login container. Let's check where this class name is. So we are having all these kind of things. So let me copy it, paste it here. Let's see what happens. Okay, it is in the center. Fine, it's working. If I give background color as red, let's see. It will be okay, too bright. So what is the problem before? Like, why aren't we not getting it? So width should be 100%. I guess that is the problem. Yes, now it is working fine. Remove the background color. So we have the name at the very top. So close login.css and this profile page.jsx. Fine. So in the screenshot, we are having it on the left side, and on the right side, I am having the current image of the user. So if I check this Nishant Kumar, let me add a line item center. So if I am doing this, we need a height. So height should be, let's say 100 or 70 VH. Correct. So let me make the width to be not 100%. Say 50 or 70%. Sorry for that. 1 sec. Yes, it's now fine. So it will stick like this. What about 80%? Now I guess leave it at 100%, because if I have to add an image, it will shrink on the left. So if you check, this is having a bigger font. So let me make an H2 here. It is big. So let me give this H2 a class name of, let's say, profile name. And in that H2, I mean in the CSS, add it here and then do the font family. So it is, let's say we make it as a Victor Mono. Yes, it is fine now. I mean, according to our liking. Yes. Or we can do one more thing. Just give it like this. Open Sans. Where is that font? Let me check in login. Yes, this is here. Add this in the profile name. It is also fine, but I don't know what font is this. So I guess we can use some custom font if we want. So I think let me leave it at that. Nishant Kumar. Now, as we don't have the image, it is a screenshot, we have to find a way to upload an image. Yeah. So to upload a file, I have a script here called upload post image. Okay, let me make this as simple and upload image. Fine. Upload image function. It is taking a file. It is storing the file in the, let's say, the Firestore storage. But we have to also initialize the storage. So let me come to all products. Okay, we have the storage here. Click it. Click get started. Test mode. Next. Done. Okay, we have to choose server and done. Cloud storage location. Click done. So we have to call, first let me make a upload icon here. And that upload icon will be only available when our email is equal to email from the local storage. So if you open the profile, we're having the email, this current email. If it is equal to the email from the local storage, only then we will have the upload icon, because we cannot upload the image for a different user. So let me go to the Ant design. Here, let me have a button here that I saw previously. Click button. We had a file upload button somewhere. This, it is download, but we can make it upload as well. So make a component here. In the components, in the common folder called file upload button node.jsx, not JSX, a React component. Okay, do we have file upload button here? Let me check. File upload. Okay, we don't have it here. Just let me add the button. So we can choose the size. Okay, we have this type. Let me edit this. Text button dash. Okay, this is for this one. Let me choose size here. JavaScript. Let me copy the code here entirely. So paste it. Let me collapse this. This is the download button with an icon. So we need the upload button. So remove all these things because we don't need them. Also remove the divider and radio group. Here also we only need a button. So we can remove this and also this. We don't need sizes. Remove size from here and then the rest of the buttons like this. Save, and let me remove the unused imports like this and the use state hook. Now let me change the name of the app of this app to file upload btn. Here export it at the bottom. It's done. Now this will be here somewhere. We can just make it on the profile.jsx. Import it first. Import file upload btn, and let me just render it out here. Let me check. Yes, we are getting it. So the thing is, this should not be download outlined. This should be upload outlined, and also render it here that it becomes upload button. Fine. Let me remove space wrap, this and these things. Looks fine to me. Now in the profile main class, let me check here. So display flex, we have to add a gap between them. So the gap, or do one thing, don't make it center, make it justified. Sorry, space between. Okay, this will do this. If I change the width to 60%, this will do this. That is not good for us. Maybe text align center should work. No, not working. Revert back. Center is fine. Let me just add a gap between them. 40 px. Now we have some gap, or we can increase the gap like say 90. I think it's fine. If I add something after this, okay, we have this div. What if we add it? Let me wrap this in a div because this is on the top level. It is here. We can wrap this. If we do this, it will become like this. So we can make another, let's say, we can say profile header. Yes. In the profile header, let me come over here. Say this is also display of flex. Align items will be center, and add the gap in here. Cut the gap, paste it in here. So what if now I make justify content as space between? What will happen? No, it will still not work. If I add text align center here, still not working. If I add justify content center here, let's see what happens. Still not working. But if I add width here, yes, it's working now. Perfect. We can remove it from here then. Shall we? Yes, we have removed it. So it's fine. Perfect. We have this icon for upload image. Now, the thing is, it will not work if we click this icon. It will not open up the file upload thing that we have. So we can make an input, and this input will be, we can say, type, say file. Now we'll have choose file. We have choose file, but we have to hide it. So, or let me just check it out here. File upload button, custom button, design. Let me check anything from here. Let me check dev community. This is the file. Okay, we need to make an ID here, actual button, and make it hidden. So do that. But here this should be file upload button or file button. Fine. Next step, we need a label, which is basically the label for the design. So we have the button for that. So if I check JS, okay, JS is not something we need. So HTML, we have it is a hidden label for actual button. Okay, we have span for this, but this is not going to work for us. Let me check another one. File upload custom button. Did we visit the same link? 1 minute. Yes, the same link it was. Let me check CodePen, this link with CSS. Yes, I think that will work for us. We have a button here and this. So the name is my file. So let me add a name here. Say file button as well. Save the file. Now this is hidden. So input type file name my file. Okay, we have to add this class name upload button wrapper input file. So basically wrap this in a div. Then if you check the nothing will change. So we have to get this class name in here in the profile. So let me add not this, copy this again, paste. So this will I think hide from the page. Now btn is a class of button that we don't need. Upload button wrapper we need. So just also add it here. Now if you check, click the button, nothing is happening because type is file name is my file. Fine. Button class, if I click this, okay, button is this. What if we replace or add the button with in here? Now add this button into our page here in the profile. Replace this with btn or button. No, it is not working still. So what we can do is, let me just check upload button wrapper, add it here. Fine. Then copy css or scss. Let me remove these things, add it outside. I hope it works now. Yes, it is working now. I don't know what was the issue previously. Maybe let me now bring back this button. Now click this. It's not working. Button class is btn. Fine. Here, okay, I have to, one sec. It is working in here, but not there. So I guess we'll take this button and place it here. Then remove this button. Then import it from here. So let me import it here at the top. So if I click this again, yes, it is working now. So I guess we can't use the component here directly. So it's done. Then we can delete this because it is not useful to us now. One thing I want to do is in the upload button wrapper in this button, we need to add some custom style. So let me add upload btn. Now copy this upload btn class name, come to profile, add it. Let me add this here. This will be cursor of pointer. If I hover this, cursor is not changing to pointer. I think add it outside all this stuff. Still not changing. So what is the issue? If I remove this btn or button, what will happen then? Nothing will happen. If I make it as important property, what will happen? Still not. I think it is not. It is futile. So leave it. Fine. It's done. Now, what we can do? If we click this, we will choose a file. Now need a state here. So let me have a state. Const. Let me add it here. Const current image set current image equals to use state. This will be an object because we upload an image in a format which is an object. One more thing, let me just get local email from local storage, user email, and what we have to do is we have to compare the local email with this current email. I will show you why we are doing this. Let me just put it in a parenthesis and we will check. If local email is equal to current email, only then show this div. It means the email from local storage that we use to sign up is equal to the email that we are getting from the location. It means we are on the current user. So it has hidden itself. Local email is equal to, it is hidden. So why? Give it a refresh. Go to the home page. Click Nishant Kumar. Okay. Click profile. If I click profile, we should see it on the Nishant Singh. But if I click Nishant Kumar, it is not visible to us. Now go to home, click Nishant Singh again. It's visible because it is our own ID. So it is working. Now we need to have a function. So say const get image, an arrow function. So this get image will take an image as parameter, and this function will run when we on change this input field, which is a file. So this will take an event, not an image, and we can simply do console.log of event.target .files.0 not o0. Save this. Let me open the inspect element. So we can close this and this. Let me refresh the page. What is the error we are getting? Class. Yes, this should not be class. This should be class name. Where? Somewhere here. This should be class name. Now the error will go away. Now click this upload icon. Choose a file. Let me choose some image in my local called from photos. Where it is photos? Here. Let me choose this image. So we're getting the data for this image. We have to pass the image in the upload image function while calling it. So I guess we don't need this. So just remove it. This state. It is not useful. We can simply call this upload image function here. So let's do that. Upload image from API upload image. Call the function with this parameter, which is the current image. Fine. So this will send us. Okay, I think let me just do or bring back that state. But in this case, we have the current image link set current image link. That will set a link in this state when the file upload completes. So it will be a string. We also need to pass it here in this function as a second param in the upload image. So let me get it here and let me explain the code here. What is it? So we are having this post pic ref. Let me change it to, let's say, just pics ref. So this is a reference for our Firestore storage bucket. So we have this reference. It is taking where this is the reference. Yes. So we have this reference. Then we have a constant upload task, which is taking this function called upload bytes resumable, which means that this is responsible for uploading our image, which is taking the pixref and the file. This is taking the storage bucket from Firebase config, so also change it. I think that is incorrect. So let me do, no, it was correct, fine. So it is taking the file name, and that file name will be used to name the picture in the storage bucket. So we have the upload task on. It means we are uploading the image. We have progress, which is just taking the bytes transferred and the total bytes, multiplying it by 100 to show the current progress of the image that has been uploaded. Then if it has some error, we will see the error in the console. But if it is successful, we will see the image link popping up here, because we have the function called get download URL. So it will provide us a URL of the image that we uploaded just now. It will take the upload task.snapshot.ref and will generate a response, which is a link for that image. So that's it for this. If you are confused, you can watch my LinkedIn clone video that is on YouTube. I will leave the link in the comments. So we have got it. Let's say current image link. While uploading, let's run the function. Let me upload an image. And if you see that, did we have, yes, it is storage. Storage is working. Now let me upload an image here. Let's see this image. So 0, 3%, 8, 10, 14, and so on till the 100%. And then we will get the link of the image here, which will have the Firestore, Google APIs, and all these things. Let me just zoom this. This is the image that we are having. Fine. So let me close this and just come over here. And if I check the screenshot, the image is on the very right. So at the place of this, like, let me see where we can add it. Let me add the image at the place of, here. So image src, this current image link. Fine. Let me remove the console log from here. Oh, by the way, I am doing it wrong. This is now how I want to do it. So let me just comment this for now. So what I want to do is, when we upload an image, we need to store the image link in the Firestore database, so that when we load the page, we should see the image popping up. In the users collection, we have to store that. So we have email and name. Let me update this function, update this collection, which is users. So to do that, after we receive an image link, we should update it. So what we can do is, we can just make a function here as well. Like, we can do that, yes. So import, or did we have option to upload and or update the page, the user. So in the Firestore, let me create it here. Let me just grab any update, add doc like this, paste it at the bottom. This will be update profile, which will take the payload. So we don't need this, so remove it. And it will pass the payload in the thread collection, which is not the correct collection. This is the user collection. So add it here. Also, this add doc will be replaced by update doc. So update doc. So we will have update doc in here. But there's a twist. We should know which document to update. So we can select doc to update. So we have a function doc from Firestore as well that I just imported, doc doc. Or I think it was imported before as well. which will point to which document that we are updating. So this, yes, it is taking the likes ref and this. It also takes the ID. I guess that's correct. Okay, this takes the ID. So first let me pass the user collection here in the doc. Okay, one sec. I think that is not what it takes. So it takes the database name called users. Let me check in the LinkedIn clone. So open GitHub. Let me open this LinkedIn clone app and so on. Because I can't remember all these things. I am not meant to remember. I just need something like this. Okay. Set post image. No, not this. Yes, edit profile. Let me search for this function, which is taking the ID as you see and the image link as response. So if I come back to the, where should I have this? In the components, common, in the profile edit, I guess. So did we have an image upload link? One sec. We have name, headline. This is the image edit. I mean upload edit. I mean profile edit. Say this profile pop up. What about this? No, neither this. This is for logouting and such. Okay, top bar search. Where did I add that function? What about file upload modal? This is taking, no, not this still. So where did I add that? What about post update, posts card, profile card? Let's check this one, whether we have this here or not. Upload image API, which is taking the set current image and all. Okay. I think it is tough to find it here. Maybe let me check the documentation on the Firebase. Firebase doc, not doc function. Cloud functions for Firebase, Google. Let me come down. That is the problem. That is the problem. We don't have any proper documentation here. Click get started. Create a Firebase project. Okay. Initialize app. What is this junk? Let me go back. How to use doc function is Firestore. Let me check tab 9. This is for Firebase version before 9. So what we can do? What about this one? Okay, what we can do is also pass the ID. So are we calling this function? So we have to call it here. So we have to call it here with the ID first. So we also need to get the ID. So say current ID. Save. We have to pass the current ID in the update profile with the image link. So let me tap or say profile image, say response, this link. If we're doing that, we don't need it in our app. So remove this set function or setter function. So if we have removed it, we have to remove it from here as well. So where is it? Get current user profile, upload image, that was, yes. So remove it from here. We just need the file and the current ID that we have to update. So where should we get the current ID? This is we have like the location. Let me CLG this location. We are getting this, so we have to add state dot current email. We have only, yes, that's not proper. Okay, current email, local email. Okay, let me come back to single thread and also pass current id. So this will be thread.id. The same thing we can do in here. So if I come to the bottom bar.jsx, we have current email from local storage, but it is from local storage. We need the ID of the current user. So let me just leave it for now. So location.state.current ID. What if I do this here? Refresh the page. It is undefined. So let me click profile and still undefined because it's a bottom bar. I will figure it a way to do that. Click Nishant Kumar. We are getting the ID of this user that is coming from single thread.jsx. But what about this? So we have a, okay, we can also do this. Current user from Firestore.context. So let me add it here. We need the use context hook and the context which is Firestore context. Get this here as well. Now if we just do a console log of current user, we should see this here. We need the ID. So .id, do it. It is undefined because it's an array. So do current user 0.id. Now we are getting it. Now just have to pass this as prop in here. Not prop, yes, I think prop. So we can say, let me add this here, and the name that we are passing was current ID. 1 second. This current ID. We're done. Remove the console log from here, and we have removed it. Yes. Now let me go to home page. Give it ID fresh. Click profile Nishant Singh. The ID is here 4 times. Click my profile from in here, from bottom bar, and okay, Nishant Singh. The profile link is different. I mean, the ID is different. If I click it from here, from Nishant Singh, we are getting this NIH and so on. If I click from bottom bar, we are getting this one. That is different. So okay, the thing is thread.id, and okay, we need not thread.id, we need thread.user.id, because if you check in the threads, we have the user ID as well. So we need to use that one. Come in this current user ID, this. Where did we pass it? Here. So now we check it, see if works or not. Click Nishant Singh. This is ID, WCQ and so on. Click the profile. This is ID, the same user. Click now Nishant Kumar. The ID is now different. It's working fine. Now that we are getting the ID, let me close bottom bar and single thread. Yes, we are getting the ID in the profile page, which is this. We have to pass this ID in the function of upload image so that it updates that user. So we can just remove this, and so we are passing it here. Let's say in the upload image, the current ID is getting here. We can double check it by making a console log in here. Fine. Let me just comment out all these things. Then if I come to the profile page, click upload image, choose the image, we will see the ID of that user. Let me come back. So Nishant Singh has the user ID of WCQ and so on, see here. But Kumar has the ID of HM7UW. So what we can do, click Nishant Kumar now. 1 sec. Click Nishant Kumar. Yes, we cannot upload image because it's invalid. So click Nishant Singh, choose an image, and the ID will be here. Bring this all back, and we're almost good to go. The current ID is taking in the, we are taking in the update profile with the profile image as response, which is a link. So now we have to go to firestore.jsx. We have the payload and we have the payload. Yes, that's all. But if we have the payload, why do we need the current ID for? Are we passing it? In the update profile, we are passing the current ID. Okay, not like this. One second. Update profile. What are we doing here? I don't understand. So yes, we are calling update profile function. So we cannot pass it like this. We can simply pass the current ID and the response like this. So the current ID is ID, response is the response. So basically, let me just have them here. So doc to update will take the users and the current ID, I guess. These two things only, but I think there was a third thing that I'm not passing here. Let's check. So this will, doc to update will take, okay, yes, I think we pass the collection of the users as well. Now this doc to update will be in the here update doc with the payload, but the payload will be not like this. We will have, say, profile image with the response. Save. We can give this a try. Let's see what happens. We have the threads clone user. This is the current user. We have to upload the image in here. So let me upload the image. This 0, 3, 8 and so on. Update profile is not defined. Okay, did we import this? No, that was the problem. So let me import update profile. Fine. Okay, not from Firebase auth. I think from a different route. Update profile from Firestore, from one step back. Now I think we can try again. Nishant, upload this image, my image. It is getting uploaded. Invalid document reference. Document references must have an even number of segments. Okay. This is having 3 segments. So doc to update, I think this, like, we will have update doc with 3 we'll have update doc with 3 links, like not links, 3 references, which are doc to update, user collection and the profile response, the response. So why don't we check update profile, not update profile, update doc Firebase v9. Let's check this link. I think we can see it here. Okay, doc ref. Okay, fine. I have not passed the database here. Sorry. So in this doc, we take 3 things, which is database, users, which is the collection name, and the current ID, which is this. Then we pass this doc ref somewhere. So let me check. Update doc, we pass doc ref and the data. So we pass doc ref, not the collection of the users. So remove this. And the data, which is this profile image response. Now let's check again. It is getting uploaded 100%. And I guess thread posted because we're seeing this message. So we can make this as profile updated. If I check this, we will have the image link. It's working. Now all I have to do, show the image link in here, in this image tag that we commented here. So the source will be, what will be the source here? So let's say let profile image equals to current profile 0 comma, question mark dot the name, which is profile image, the key name. So simply show it in this image tag. Where did it go? Here. Save, and this should be here in a very big format. This is the class name of profile image. Now if I just show it in here, like in the upload image, where's the styling for this? Let me check. For profile we have this. We can add profile image, width 30px, height 30px as well. Now we have to make them, or let me make this as a little bit bigger. Let's say 60. It is now rounded. Now object fit cover, it is fine. Background, sorry, not background, border radius 50% to make it rounded. I think this should be a little bit bigger. Let's say 100% or px. Let me check it here. Yes, that is correct. It is bigger. So now this is done, like upload image is working. If I come to the home page, click Nishant Kumar, I will see the empty image tag here. So what we have to do is, like in this, wait, let me add the image in here. So let me come to the profile page. We have this. So at the place of this button, if the image exists, we will show the profile image, else we will show the button. So we can have a profile image exists, show this, else render the button. Okay, so the button is this and the input. So basically make a fragment here and move the button and the input in the fragment here. Save. Now the button is there only. Click it, nothing will happen. We will fix it. Now click Nishant Kumar. We cannot see the button of the upload because it is private. We can only see it when local image is equal to current email. Now on this image src, we need to add the function called getImage, so that when we click it, we should see a file upload thing popping up. So click it. Okay, we cannot see it. I think we need to move this in that as well, like in here, and wrap them in a fragment. Let's check what happens. Click it. Yes, it is working. We can change the image. So let's change the image. Let me upload this image now. So it will take some time. So let's wait for it, because the images are very big in here. And once it's done, the image will update. Let's see, it is updated. So that's how the image works. So one thing I want to do in the image, let me give it a little bit of margin from the top. So margin top 30px or even 50. My nose is, yes, 60. What about 60? Yes, it's perfect. It is here. Now let me also add a bio here that is not here initially. Should we add it or leave it? So let me add it. So for bio, we need an input element. So we can first create a button here somewhere. We have this div. Let me make it outside this div. Say div. In this div p, let's say bio. This will be here. It is not good. Let me add it here, I guess. So we need a place to add the bio. What we can do is in the, okay, we have the h2 and then the image. Let me collapse the image. We have this div. If I place it outside the div, in the profile main, we should remove these kind of things, display flex and all. What if I do that? Yes, this will work. If I do this, leave the height at 70 VH, fine, it also works. What if I leave all the things? Okay, we have to make text align as center, but this will be like this. Bio we have. Okay, let me do this. Not have the bio here. Also remove or undo these changes. Come to the page. We can add a bio here as well. Let's say p tag bio. In this case, wrap them in a div again and just leave it. That will leave us with this. So if we are doing this, we need the image margin top not 60, let's say 30. 30 is perfect. Now about this bio, let me make a class name here. That will be, we can say user bio. So user bio, let me come to profile.scss. This will be margin top, say minus 10 px. I think that's fine. Also let me add the font Victor Mono font family. It's added. We have the name and the bio and the image. Fine. To add the bio, what we can do is have an input element here. But what do we have in here? We have edit profile. So let me add the button here. Button edit profile. The button will be here just like we have. Let me just check if we have a button in the common. Yes, we have a button, but it is a simple button. So let me change the style here. So button class name edit profile. So in the profile.scss, let me add the styling for this. Let's say width 200 pixels. Too much. What about 100? Yes, 100 is fine. Height 30 px. Fine. Background, no, not background. Remove the outline as none. No tell. So yes, background will be black. So now let me add border 1 px solid, some gray color. So say let me add black and then I will switch to gray using this color palette. What about this one? I think a little bit more light. A little bit more light. Okay, one sec. No, not light, a darker version, sorry. Go down here. I think that's fine. Do we have a matching button like this? No, maybe increase the width to 150. Yes, I think it is almost matching. Make the height of 40 px. Yes. What about, well, the border is rounded. So border radius, say 10 pixels. They are not rounded. Yes, it's perfect. Edit profile button is here. Also font size. What about 20 px? Too much. Let me add 16. That's fine. 16 is perfect. We have the edit profile button. Yes. What we can do is have a modal for this. Or if we are just having a bio, let me just make this as edit bio. Because in Threads app, we cannot change our name. So edit bio is here. So if I click this edit bio, we should have an input element here. And what should we do is, let me add an icon at the place of after bio. And this should be save bio. So the input will be responsible for typing the new bio, and when we click save bio, it will save the bio in the database. So for that, what we can do is We have the bio. Okay, what did I just say? We need a pencil icon. So go to React icons. Battery is running out in my laptop, in my MacBook. So we can say edit. Let me grab any icon like this. No, the background is black, so I need an outlined icon. So, okay, I will change the color, no problem. Let me try this one. Let me import it at the first, at the top. Import AI outline edit from React icons. Perfect. Now just render it here. So if we check, if I refresh, what is wrong? Okay, something is wrong here. React icons slash AI. I forgot to write this. Yes, we have this icon here, but we need it at the bio. Okay, we have to wrap this in a div then. Save. Then this div will have a class name of user, bio edit. Let me copy this bio edit in the profile. Just come say display of flex, line items center. Okay, height say 40 px. Okay, they are not aligned. We have user bio text and this. What if I make this a class name of, first let me add a size here, 30. Yes, 30 is I think too much. Let's try 25. 25 is fine, but align item center height is not working, so user bio is a p tag. Okay, we have margin top. Okay, we already have the user bio, so we have to change it, or just remove the margin top 10 pixels. Yes, fine, it's now. Now here give a gap of 20 px. Now when we click the edit button, in this icon, let me also give a class name called React icon. So in the edit button, what should happen is when we click it, this input tag will appear and the button. So we need a state for that. Okay, here const is bio edit set bio edit equals to use state. So it will be false because we don't want to show it initially. So we can just, what do we have to hide? The button and the input. So if bio edit is true, only then show it, else show nothing. Yes, wrap it in a div, not a fragment. Now on the click of this icon, we should revert the state, set bio edit. So what we can do, where is it? Where is the icon? Here. On click, set bio edit to is bio edit. Now click the icon, it will be like this popping up. Now in this div, we can give it a class name of edit container or bio edit container. Now we have to make them in a different rows. So display a flex direction column. If I click it again, it will pop up like this. So the thing is, it is going up like this. So like, see, this should not happen. So in order to fix it, what we can do is, where is the button for the bio edit? It is here. We have height of 40 px. No, this will not fix it. We need to remove some margin top. What about this? No, this is for the button. So edit bio. Why don't we give margin top in here? Say 30 px. Okay, it will not change anything. So this is happening. Why? What if I remove the input and see what happens? It will still happen. So I guess the problem is in Nishant Singh, the username here. So let me search for name, profile name. Let me have margin top 30px here. No, 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 no. Profile name, profile header. Yes, this will minus 30. What if I do that? What 30? It will go up here. So why don't I have to fix this issue? So it is coming up like this. Okay, one sec. The image that we have, why don't we move it across the name? What will happen then? Here. No, it will. Let's leave it. So in the input here, let me give a class name of what should we name it? Edit bio, or let's say bio input. Now copy this class name, come to profile, at the bottom we can style this height 30px, margin top 30px as well. Okay, the problem is we need some height here. Let's say 40px or 40vh. No, this is too less. Let's try 100. That is proper also. Let's try 20vh. It will, okay, I think remove this height. Fine. So in the bio input, yes, we have added these things. Let me change padding 20px. Too much. Let's try 10. 10 is also too much. So decrease the height. Now it's fine. So add font size in here. Say 20 or 16px. Fine. Then what we can do, change the background color of this. So background color, let's say 212121. Then remove the outline, make it none. So if about border, let me add this border that we added on the button. So just add it here. Fine. We can have this bio. Let me increase the width of this bio input. So 100px, will it work? Too less. 200, 300. 300 is fine, I guess. Then also make the height as 40. Now it is perfect. Yes. But the height is too much. I think what we can do, bio edit container, justify content center. What about this? So the thing is, we need to make, so we are having this width as 300 pixels here. We need to make the entire width of profile as 300. So where is the profile wrapper? Profile main 300. Okay, that will not work. Profile header, this, no, still not working. Let me go down and see. We have profile name and then the image. Okay, I guess let's make the width as 100px only, or 200. Or what if I make it auto? I guess auto is fine. Just it is to demonstrate how we can do that. We can also increase the height, so it will be like this. What about padding? Remove padding. No, it will not work. So remove height and this. Okay, let's try 150 again, or 200. I think this is fine for now. So it is a little bit ugly, but it will do our job. Now the save bio button will be after this. So let me add that button of save bio. Let me just check now what it's been getting. It will be after this. So why don't we add edit profile? So margin top, so 10 pixels. Yes, that's now fine. Remove the margin top from the input or make it just 10 pixels. Fine, that's fine. So we need some bio. I mean, yes, the button is here. Now we need a function to update the profile. So in the Firestore.jsx, okay, we have the function, but it is taking, yes. We can call the function here, update profile. I mean, we're already calling it here, not calling it here. So let's call it. So import update profile from this. Now let me make a function here to update it. So const update user. So let me have the function in here, update profile, that we imported. So it is taking these things like the profile image. So that is not good. It is taking a response as a profile image. So what we can do is just add, one second. This is the response. Make this as profile image. So if it does exist, it will update this, else it will not update this. So then we also need, one second, profile image will be here. Now we need profile bio. So we can write it here, profile bio as profile bio. Save them. So it takes the current ID of the user. So we can say let profile ID equals to this ID. So the first param will be ID, we will pass in here. Yes, then the profile image is not valid, then the profile bio. So add the profile bio here. So we need a state for the profile bio to store the data in there. So profile bio set profile bio equals to use state a string, and yes, a string. So when we type in this input, you can say on change event, this will take an event, and we can simply set the event dot target dot value in this set profile bio. So event dot target dot value. So this is in here, like in this state. Where is it? Profile bio. We are passing also. Now this button will be clicked and this function will run. Now let's check it if it works or not. So edit this. Let me have, this is Nishant. Click save bio. I guess it is not working. So let's check. Unsupported value in document profile bio. One second, let me verify this. Update profile we are passing profile ID and the profile bio. It is coming here. Yeah, what is it? Profile bio. Are we having it in here? Let's check when we type something in the input box. Yes, it is coming here, but why it is not going in there? Let me try once more. Say this is Nishant. Click save bio. Invalid data found. What is the data name? Profile bio in document users. So what we have to do for this is update profile, which is taking the profile. One sec. Profile ID, profile. Okay. What is the problem is this is going null because we are having the profile image as well. So what we can do is just make this as a response and pass it as a response in, okay, we cannot pass it in the both of them. So okay, we have the profile image, fine. We can pass it also, but we can just pass null, so it will set it as null. Okay, what we can do is just send the payload, I mean get the payload here, not these two things. Set the payload here, not the name, fine. So I guess we don't need this object now, just the payload we need. So in here we are passing profile bio, so this will be profile bio as profile bio. Save. In the upload image we can have, let's see, where this update profile somewhere else. No, it is only here. What about, one second, we have this in the upload image. I think we had the update profile. Yes, we are having the current ID and the response. So the same thing we can do here, like make image link as response. So what is the key name for image link or profile image? It is like this. No, it will be fine, I guess. Payload we are taking and simply setting it in the update doc. Let's check now. This is Nishant. Click save bio, profile updated. So yes, it is working fine now. Now if we are saving, we need to clear a few fields. First is the set profile bio will be empty when we update the profile. So this function should be asynchronous. Await this. So once we update, only then it will be cleared. Then the second thing we need is to profile bio should be a value prop in the input. Value is this. Now we need to make this as false also, like we need to hide the is bio edit. So also do that. Await is bio edit as false. Now let me add extra text here. This is Nishant Singh. So click save bio. It has been updated. It is now Nishant Singh. And in the place of bio, now we can render the bio. So we can simply do the bio here. So we can select profile bio equals to current profile dot, I mean 0 dot bio. The thing is, it is already declared, so we can say b should be small, something like this. Then where should we render it? Here. Yes. One sec, it is not coming in here. Why it is not? What is the key name? It is profile bio, not bio. It should come now. Yes, it is coming now. Edit this and you will have this. Click edit again, it will hide. If I save this, let's say, let me try again. I am Nishant. Save bio and it will change. Fine. So that is how the profile page that we created now.